And we're live again. I just feel like saying it every time because the StreamYard, it comes up, you're live. So, how you doing, guys? Hope you had a good week. Well, having a good weekend. I was working the day again. This is kind of pissing me off, like working Saturdays, man. I'm no sure if I'm into the whole working Saturdays pish. A couple of things that piss me off today. I deliver stuff to this microbiology place, man, and fucking you get these leaky packages. Fully fucking, it's for farm. I think it comes from farmers. So farmers put some manure and urine or piss and shit, should we say, into boxes and bottles and send them to this lab. But we deliver them. You know what I mean? And the fucking bags are leaking and shit. And there's fucking, what the fuck? So they test for the E. coli and diseases and stuff like that. And fucking minging. And then kind of you're dealing with that stench. How you doing, guys? Anyway, Annie, VB, Fase, good to see you, mate. I've kind of came in a wee bit grumpy because my son was pissing me off a wee bit. So I was in a good mood, and then he pissed me off, and then it's like I didn't even want to start. But I'm here now. I made the stream, so I thought, why no? Might as well just get on with it, the people are here. Deborah Hart, good to see you. Right. I'm going to throw out a couple of spanners because Annie is here. But I think I need to go into Facebook. YouTube. To get my spanners. Let's see. Right, Annie, you're getting a spanner. Or a wrench. That is moderator. Standard. Oh, by the way, Annie, I was telling my son about your platinum haircut, and he says that's quite a popular haircut in South Africa for some reason. Phase. Annie sent you here. Will you subscribe to me, you wee faggot? Right, right. No mask. No mask gets a wrench. Oh, tonight, guys, I'm drinking it's Valle de Casablanca, a wine of Chile. It's all right. No bad. Right, add as moderator. Standard. Save. No mask. Did I make you? Aye. In Phase, I'll give you a spanner too, because I ken you're all right, man. Save. Right. So I think that's everybody fucking wrenched up. Right, so Trump, right? I didn't really care about Trump. I didn't really care about either side. To be honest, just like Validation Boy said in my last stream, I feel, right, that they push so much left-wing crap on people, especially in America, that all the centrists move to the right. Okay, people that were sitting in the middle. So you've got the extreme left, you've got the extreme right, and you've got the people that sit in the middle. And I think they didn't like that. They didn't like people being on the fence. So they just push extreme left to make you go to the right. And it's just like a natural thing that happens to you. If someone's trying to force something in your face, you're like, fucking, you can't rebel. Well, my natural instinct's to rebel against it. You know what I mean? It's like, fuck you. I'll go to the other side. If you're trying to push me to one side, I'm going to go to the other side. So I don't know about this whole Trump thing. You know what I mean? With Elon Musk walking like a clown, man, and fucking, I wouldn't be surprised if Jake Paul ends up being the fucking Secretary of State or some shit like that. You know what I mean? Like, everyone's celebrating these goons. You know what I mean? But the way I see it, there's a puppeteer in the background, and they've got the left and the right. You know what I mean? And either side can, if you're voting for either side, you're a fucking idiot. You know what I mean? I didn't even vote anywhere because we know it's all rigged. You know what I mean? We'll see. Yeah, we'll just have to see the fruits what Trump produces. So Fase says exactly. Puppeteer is Peter Thiel. It is. It's a big show. Who was it to say that? It's a big club, and you're no fucking in it. Get what I mean? So the whole Trump thing, I don't know. Even Kamala Harris, like she was going to fail. She was going to fail every time. Biden, who in their right mind would vote that they lot? Get what I mean? But in the same breath, like Trump. See, when the COVID was around, Trump was pushing all kinds of weird shit. Get what I mean? I'm no for it, to be honest with you. I'm not choosing sides here. Beefy. I'm no beefy anyway. Put it that way. I've lost like fucking half a stone since I started my new job. So the whole Trump stuff, I didn't see it as a good thing. It's obviously it's a beginning of something else, but it's no good, man. Politics is fucked. Chris Hayes is in the house, no mask, Phase. It's like when South Park did Giant Douche versus Turd Sandwich. Exactly. I'm not falling for fucking picking a side. I'm not falling for picking a side, put it that way, Phase. You either pick the douche or the fucking Turd Sandwich. I think Trump could be the Turd Sandwich. But it's good to see you, man. Phase, long time no see, man. It'd actually be good to hear from you if you want to pop up. That's probably why you're here, eh? You want a wee conversation. Well, the link is going to be in the chat. I'm just sort of warming up. Just get my groove. Just getting a wee drinky poos. But I'm fucking sick of hearing about it, to be honest with you, all this shit. And it's the same over here in Britain. It's the same shit, but just a little bit more toned down. You're given this illusion you've got some kind of choice or freedom, especially in Scotland, man. Scotland, we've had the same fucking party. Believe it or not, guys, for you guys in America, we've had the same party in Scotland. It's called the SNP, the Scottish National Party. So it's a national party. So you'd think they'd be nationalists. They'd think they'd actually care about their country. Nah, they're major socialists. And it's been the same fucking people for like 15 years. Nobody wants to vote Labour anymore because they're too left-wing. Nobody wants to vote Conservative anymore because nobody votes fucking Conservative in Scotland. You get some people voting Green because they drive electric cars and they think they're fucking saving the environment. You know what I mean? But at the end of the day, we're kind of run by some kind of weird dictatorship in Scotland. You know what I mean? We've had the same party for like 15 years. This Nicola Sturgeon's fucking lot. They all sit there in Westminster with their rainbow flags and shit on. So I can't be down with politics, man. I'm happy when I'm away from all that shit. So Annie D's here. I was up far too early this morning. I'm nodding off here. I was up at the crack of dawn as well. I've been working all day, so I was pretty tired. John Adamson, how you doing? I'm not sure who you are, John, so just keep your nose clean and you'll get a spanner. Anything slightly left of centre is now the far right, it seems. Exactly. So my point is, like, if anyone was sitting in the middle, if you just keep getting all this shit pushed in your face, like transgender rights and fucking just all these left-wing ideas, mass immigration, and of course you're going to push back. Of course you're going to push back. It's only a natural, unless you're a getting one of these, what do they call them? I hate it when my mind goes blank like this, man. I don't even smoke weed anymore. I've been off it for 2 weeks. Been off the weed for 2 weeks, and I'm still I'm still brain dead. So Annie D says SN Piss only got in so long due to independence. Exactly. And what did they give us? 45%. So what happened in Scotland? Everybody went out and voted for like independent. Either we were independent or no. And what did the results come back? 45% yes and 55% no. I mean, like, how is that a democracy? How are we living in a democracy in Scotland when half of the people voted yes and half of the people voted no? I mean, it's like, so you're living in a divided society, and that's the way they want us, divided. It's the same in America. It's definitely the same, but it looked a bit of a fucking landslide there. If you voted to stay, you were racist. Aye, you're right. Come on, John. You're already talking sense, and I'm going to give you a wrench. Right. Because at the end of the day, I don't want people blocking people. So you can be a standard. Maybe one day someone will get promoted to the managing moderator. But aye, it's a lot of shite, guys. It's a lot of shite, all this Trump stuff. But it's going to be interesting to see. I think there might be... I think this isn't over yet. I think there's a good chance that Trump still might not be in that White House. Because it's Is it January? January he becomes president. There's a good chance there's something going to happen. There's a good chance there's something going to happen from now, between now and January. It's going to fucking destroy Trump. And everybody's going to be like, oh, there's going to be a meltdown. There's going to be riots. There's going to be this. There's going to be that. Fucking. Oh, there's Sue Evans. Sue Evans, you definitely get a wrench. It's annoying that you can't give people wrenches in StreamYard. You have to jump over to the... You have to jump over to the YouTubes. Right. John Adamson. Aye. Right. So, aye. That's my view on it. So if you think you can come up here to tell me how good Trump is or whatever, and try and share some statistics with me, get what I mean? It's a load of shite. It's a load of shite. What did fucking Trump ever do? Did he ever build this wall? Is it just incomplete? Is it just parts of it fucking... Did Trump ever build a wall? Was it ever a wall there? Spanner? Wrench? Lance Ripper, I didn't really know you. So, like I said, if you keep your nose clean... Oh, there's Laurie Gale. I ken Laurie Gale. She's getting a fucking... But I bet you Laurie Gale's a big Trump fan. I've known Laurie for about fucking 8 years. To be honest, I've known most of the people in my chat for a long time. So it's not like I'm just getting spanners out for nothing. For a while, I stuck to my guns that nobody would get a spanner, and I would just moderate it. But I've changed my mind. Yes, Trump, but why? Why Trump? Have you just fallen for the deception, Laurie? You're just falling for the bullshit. Well, Elon Musk. So Laurie, do you think Elon Musk is fucking the best thing since sliced bread? I think Elon Musk is one of the biggest frauds of the century. The century. Elon Musk must be one of the biggest frauds of the century. What Elon Musk does is he tries to present some kind of new tech. Oh, look, we've got some new robot fucking doing this. We've got electric HGVs. Oh, look, we've got fucking this, we've got that. And do you know what? It never happens because he draws in investors. Elon Musk draws in investors. People are like, oh, cool, a robot. Let's put money into that and hopefully I'll get money back. And do you know what? That robot never fucking materializes to anything. And this latest robot shit that he done, he had this party where all these robots are walking about, and they were actually voiced the remote control robots. They weren't fucking AI. They weren't operating on their own thing. They had people speaking through speakers through them and moving them around. And if you go and research, guys, there's a whole laboratory, these robots and people in suits making them walk and all that shit. So Elon Musk's one of the biggest frauds. He took over Tesla. Tesla was already a company. They're already making electric cars. He took them over. And the stocks of Tesla are fucking going like that. And you know what? He took over Twitter, X, whatever it's fucking called. Stocks are going like that. And you know what? If fucking Trump gives Musk the reins to take over the economy, or whatever it is he's planning to fucking do with Musk, the fucking American economy is going to go like that. And he's a South African. A South African. What the fuck? Do people forget that Elon Musk's a South African? Elon Musk is one of the biggest fucking frauds. SpaceX. Oh, didn't get me started on SpaceX. We've just mentioned Tesla. We've just mentioned fucking X. SpaceX. Guys, Elon Musk has been taking money out of the fucking taxpayer's pocket for fucking years to fund rockets that blow up in the fucking air. Giant fireworks. Boom, boom, boom. They've been fucking exploding all over the place. Elon Musk is fucking ripping off the American public right in front of them. And guys, I don't believe in space travel. I kind of agree with the flat earthers on this one. I don't agree the Earth's flat, but I don't agree you can actually leave Earth. As soon as you go fucking near that atmosphere, that's it. It is almost like a firmament. Because once you go outside of it, boom. The thing is, satellites, the ISS even, the ISS space station, isn't in space. It's low Earth orbit. It's no fucking space. It's low Earth orbit because it's still getting pulled to the Earth, apparently. It's bullshit. That ISS is just flying. It's just a piece of fucking junk flying. It's probably remote control. It's probably just like a giant drone just flying around. You know what I mean? It's a fucking bullshit. So you can't leave the Earth. You never have been. Mars, building bases on Mars, Elon Musk is talking out his fucking arse. And that's another ploy. Oh, we're going to build this. We're going to build that in Mars. People start investing in it. It's never going to happen. And Trump pushes this guy like he's the fucking best thing since sliced bread. So Trump is fucking, he's pushing a fraud. He's pushing an absolute fraud. We can't go to fucking space. We've never been to the moon. We've never been to the fucking moon. And you know what proves we've never been to the moon? Because India, China, all these fucking third world shit countries have actually been there in the past few years. And you know what? When you see the videos of it, it's fucking worse than 1969. It's worse than the fucking Apollo moon landings. The footage is fucking a joke. So if anyone believes that we can go to fucking space and we can live on Mars and we can do all this fucking shit, you're totally delusional. Just like the fact that you think Trump is the next best thing since sliced bread. You're fucking delusional. And I'm not saying Kamala or fucking Biden is any better. Like I said, it's just some puppeteer behind two fucking puppets. And when you didn't like a certain puppet, they move him out the way and they bring out a new puppet. Oh, look, you might vote for this puppet. It's a fucking joke. Absolute fucking joke. So the biggest thing you should be concerned about is fucking Musk. He's a total degenerate. Look at him. Look at him with his hair transplant and his fucking... What does he call his kids? He doesn't give his kids fucking normal names. He's a fucking creep. Total creep. The whole lot of them are creeps. And it didn't get me started with the fucking Jeffrey Epstein fucking island and all that shit, because Trump was fucking... No, but Trump... That's why Trump fell out with him, because... Nah. Trump knew he was going to get in shit, so he had to fucking distance himself. If Jeffrey Epstein never got found out, Trump would still be going to that fucking island, probably poking wee boys up the ass. So Annie D says she lives right next door to a 600-foot hill. Cool. You should, well, you probably do claim it. What are Elon's kids' names? Fuck knows, something like X526. He gives his fucking kids' names the same names he gives his fucking robots, because that's how much soul. That's how much soul he's got. He's got no soul. He's a fucking degenerate. He's evil. He's evil. And hopefully, I'm hoping when I'm saying that there's a good chance that Trump won't make it to fucking January. Hopefully, some weird left-wing fucking transgender guy fucking blows himself up beside him or something at some rally. You know what I mean? And we can all just start again. We can all just start again. Why do we need these people? Why do we need these people? Why do we need these rich cunts telling us how to live? Fucking didn't get me started, man, didn't it? Because, like I said, I was in an all right mood. My wee man pissed me off a wee bit. So I fucking sat down a wee bit grumpy. And now when I think of fucking Elon Musk, man, and Trump and all these fucking degenerates, and if the best they had was Kamala Harris, that is a fucking joke. Because she's pulling at Oprah Winfrey. Fucking Oprah Winfrey. Oh, look who's my buddy, Oprah Winfrey. Oprah Winfrey was begging people to put fucking money out their pockets to fund this Hawaiian fucking shit. Oprah Winfrey's fucking, was she a billionaire? Oh. Right, anyway. Enough of those fucking degenerates. Right, so I'm going to read some of the chat because it's getting a bit tasty in here. So, Fase reckons VB for president. John Adamson says Trump is a Rothschild man. Oh, fucking right. Trump's married into the fucking little hat people fucking, and then, Iran wants to assassinate him. Iran wants to, you heard the latest? There's been a big plot about Iran going to assassinate fucking Trump. I live right, aye. It's better this than Harris and her left wing. See, Laurie, this is you just falling for it. See, that's what I'm trying to say. That they will push the left wing shit so far down your throat that you'll turn right. You'll turn right. You'll say, fuck this. I'm going right. I'm going the other way. Epstein said Trump was his best friend. So fucking one of Elon Musk's named his kids E equals MC square. Come on, Laurie, aren't you obsessed with women's reproductive rights? He has a trans kid. Fucking hell. We're fucked. So Annie D was in Edinburgh but moved down to North Berwick to care for stepmom 24/7. That's good on you. That's good on you. Not a lot of people would do that. A lot of people just chuck their fucking mothers in a care home. And with my last job, I've seen it so many times. I've seen it so many times that like ill parents or grandparents, and they just throw them. That's what I respect about the Asian culture in a way. Kind of like the Indians and stuff like that. That if you go into an Indian house, you'll see the old elder in the corner on their chair, about fucking 80-year-old, like fucking. It's like they'll look after their family right to the end. Where we'll chuck them in old folks' homes because we've not got time for our parents. Okay? We've not got time for old people. We're too busy for old people. I mean, we're the Indians and the Pakistanis and that part of the world, though, again, like, they raised them. They nurtured them as children and babies. So when they get older, they look after them till they die. And I can respect that about the Asian communities. I didn't respect their beliefs with the cultures and the religions and all that shit, but at least they look after their old people. You know what I mean? And like I said, Annie D, respect to you, because not a lot of people does that shit. You know what I mean? My granny, she's 89, but she's fucking. That's what my missus says. Like she's maybe getting a bit old, and would you have her living with us? Enough? My granny's got a bought flat in Edinburgh, so Like that's what happens, right? The old people, they buy their flats or their houses, and when they get really old and they can't look after them, they end up having to sell their houses, and the money that they make from selling their houses end up paying for the rest of their life in a fucking care home. So Laurie reckons she's totally right. Pennsylvania went red. Get off my lawn. Laurie, thank goodness they're not really big ones. Oh. Red, blue, whatever. It's just like football teams here. They just use football to divide people. Like fucking blue and green and red and blue. It's just to divide people. That's what the elites love, is division. They would hate it if the people united and got on the same wavelength. That's why they keep everybody fractured. And if you're no left, if you're no right, and if you're no for this, or you're no environmental, if you're no pro-Israel, like pro-Palestine, fucking, I don't need to be honest, it's nothing, it doesn't really fucking affect me. It doesn't really affect me in my brain. But anyway, I'm going to throw the link out there, and you can, we'll have a wee talk about this whole Trump shite. But really fucking, it'll be interesting to hear people's justification why they think Trump's the man, when he's no the man. He's just as old and decrepit as fucking. Fair enough, he's not as old as Biden, but that's it. Biden makes Trump look young. Get what I mean? It's like if they had some fucking young guy like with good fucking ideas, like they pick him over fucking. How long's Trump got? Get what I mean? Baby killers. There's always, the thing is, you could say the baby killers, and you could say, oh, abortion, can like, oh, they're promoting abortion, or Trump's against abortion, or Kamala promotes abortion. But see, at the end of the day, there's always going to be abortion, whether it's illegal or not. There's going to be people having unwanted kids, whether it's in back alleys, whether it's in fucking wherever it is. There's going to be abortions, whether you like it or not. And there probably has been for fucking thousands of years. There's probably been unwanted children for thousands of years before abortion was even a word. You know what I mean? So it's like the black market. You ban something, then a black market pops up for it. So you think we've banned abortion. No, you fucking know. Abortion's still going to happen, but it's going to happen in the black market. It's going to happen in these CDB fucking clinics hidden away somewhere. You know what I mean? And you're like, hey, we've banned abortion. Have you fuck? Have you fuck? There's always going to be abortion. Good evening, YouTube. Good to see you, mate. How many steps have you done today? Right, I'm going to put the link. See who comes up. If anybody wants to come up. But like I said, it's all just a load of shit. Dr. Nick from The Simpsons is going to do the abortions. Fucking aye, exactly. There's going to be fucking Mexican fucking abortion clinics fucking in the sewers doing abortions, and there's probably going to be a lot more women dying with these fucking half-arsed abortions, because you can't stop abortion, whether you make it illegal or not. There's going to be abortion. There's going to be women that don't want children, that have sex, unprotected sex. So it's no any kind of victory. You know what I mean? It isn't. Right. Link's going in the chat. I'm not going to wear the headphones this time, because I noticed there's been a lot of interference with like the headphones. Well, VB's head. I thought it was my headphones, like, but it was probably VB's headphones. There'll be space. I've only got 7 hours left this month, and it's the beginning of the month. I've only got 7 hours left of streaming. So I've done 13 hours already streaming. Crazy. So YouTube tried doing a 500 calorie bike ride today. Bike ride day after day, and I just can't do it. Right, I'll tell you how many calories I lost today. Right, let's see. According to the Garmin, which was nearly a £300 watch, this fucking thing. We'll see what I've done today. So I've done 22,000 steps, 11.5 miles. My heartbeat is currently at 78, 76. I slowed down my breathing. Five. How many calories? How many calories have I done today? Let's see. See all. So I have burned 3,594 calories. 1,400 calories whilst I'm active and 2,000 whilst I've been resting. So while I'm asleep, I'm burning more calories than when I'm actually exercising. How crazy is that, people? Look at that. And I thought that was a fuck up on the apps and all that shit, but I realized that when you're practically an athlete, this is what you do. You burn more calories resting because it's muscle. I'm just pure muscle. I've not got any fat. I call bull in the app. You're just jealous. You're just jealous because I'm a fucking specimen. I'm a fucking specimen. It's in the genes, and I can burn fucking calories. So Pamatiti says, F posted my body, my choice somehow didn't apply to us when we didn't want their stupid jab. Exactly. Such hypocrites. Jed, wind your neck in. You wee scrot. You wee scrot. Oh, Ken, one of the words that Dell uses that's so fucking cringe, man, is that derp. See, when Dell says derp, it's like, fucking hell, Dell, man. Why are you saying derp? Why are you saying derp, Dell? I thought you were cooler than that. You know what I mean? I ran 5K this morning. Not far, but my lungs were burning. Thanks to the cigarettes. You can imagine Annie having a jog with a cigarette in her mouth. Apparently, smoking it actually is supposed to help when running. Know your lungs. Obviously, it doesn't help your lungs, but the carbon dioxide into your blood helps something. The docs don't even pester me about the jabs anymore. They seem to have given up. Strange seeing how keen they were initially. My granny, like, she asks to be taken to the vaccination centre to get her flu jabs, and it's like, fuck's sake, like, you didn't even want to take her there, but then she wants it. I mean, she wants the vaccines. She feels better getting them. So, and she's had them every year for the past 10 years. She's 89, and she's still gone. So I get puggled running round the block. Aye. So is nobody going to come up? Is nobody going to come up and defend fucking Trump and his Muscolites? and his fucking degeneracy. Pedos. They're all fucking pedos. You know what I mean? Trump, Kamala, Biden. God, who can remember when there was loads of weird shit about, before Biden was president? There was loads of creepy shit about Biden, like touching little kids and shit like that, like right in front of the cameras as well. Like you'd have little kids like sit on my knee. Like Biden is a fucking pedo, and I wouldn't put it past Trump being a pedo. I think they're all fucking pedos. I think we're run by a pedophilic, demonic, rancid, fucking elite system. Creepy Joe, fucking right, he was a creep. Aye, smelling kids' hair, what a creepy bastard. But like I said, I'm not taking sides in this. And to be honest, I'm a Scot, Brit, whatever you want to class me as. I'm an Englishman. I was born in England. Believe it or not, guys, I was born in England. I was born in England to an Irish dad and a Scottish mum. And I came back to Scotland when I was a wee toddler. But I was born in England, so I've got the whole fucking... If I was to play for my national football team, I could play for England, I could play for Ireland, or I could play for Scotland. I qualify for all those three countries. So that's what makes me a Brit, a proper Brit. And not just a Brit, an Irishman, a Brit, a fucking whatever. Encompass the whole lot. So I've got nothing against the English. To me, I don't know why, but the Scots are brought up to hate the English. They're brought up to hate the English. I don't know why. I don't know fucking why. You know what I mean? And as much as you can look at the history and Edward Longshanks and Braveheart and all this, there's a lot of shite. Edward Longshanks, Edward the First, he had more fucking... He had closer ties to the Scottish throne than Robert the Bruce did. This is why Robert the Bruce went around stabbing all his rivals like John Balliol and fucking churches and shit, because he was quite distant. His family didn't come into fucking Scotland till like the 13th century, like the 1200s or something like that. Bruce didn't come into Scotland. And do you know what? At the very beginning of the Scottish Wars of Independence, when Scotland was fighting England, the Bruces were actually on the English side. They were fighting against us. They were fucking on the English side. So fuck Bruce. This whole shit about Robert the Bruce. It was just a land grab by fucking feudal fucking lords. We want land. They didn't care about the people. They didn't care about the fucking people. But my point is that Edward the First was probably a more legitimate ruler of Scotland than fucking Robert the Bruce. Maybe no John Balliol and other guys. There was a few contenders to the Scottish throne, but if you go down Edward's tree, he's connected to the Malcolm, like Malcolm, the fucking one of the Malcolms, who was well before fucking... He was like during the 11th century, something like that. So one of my favourite kings, believe it or not, I'm a Scotsman, quite a proud one at that. One of my favourite kings is Edward the First, Edward Longshanks. Because do you know why? He was one of the last warrior kings. He was sitting... When Edward Longshanks died, he was on his horse. And in Braveheart, they made him lying in a fucking bed going... As that woman whispered in the... Wallace impregnated me. Nah, that's not how Edward died. Edward died on his horse going into battle. The fucking horse was like walking along and Edward's like that. With sooty armour on, and fucking at the front of his fucking... He died going into battle. That's a fucking true warrior. Oh, Henry II. I'm not that keen on the old Henrys. But I like Edward the First, man. And this whole idea, the Hammer of the Scots. The Hammer of the Scots wasn't... Like, Edward the First wasn't labelled Hammer of the Scots till like 200 years after he died. He didn't even walk around going, I'm the Hammer of the Scots. I mean, like, that shit was like labelled onto him later on. Aye, true king, down at the head of his troop. So, aye, like I've got a lot of respect for Edward the First. And I can see why he didn't want Bruce to be fucking King of Scotland. Get what I mean? Because he wasn't legitimate enough. He never had close enough ties. Fucking Bruce. Bruce's dad was called Debrus. Debrus. Wasn't he Bruce? It was Debrus. Because he was a fucking Norman. And his dad actually apparently went to the Holy Land with Edward to fight the Muses. Oh, Henry VIII, fucking Henry VIII started the Anglican Church, and that the Anglican Church is just it's just a Catholic Church, but without the Pope. The Anglican Church is just a Catholic Church without the Pope. That's all that fucking is. So, I'll put the link in again. We can either talk about fucking Scottish history or British history if you want to, but the fucking we can hear why you think Trump should be the man for America. Wolfer, the Normans screwed Anglo-Saxons and Celts. It was just a big land grab. That's something that the Normans brought. That they always credit the Normans with all this shit. You know what I mean? But the Normans, they brought feudalism, and feudalism meant that fucking. See, Bruce, when he won the battle, Bannockburn, he started giving all this land to fucking all his fucking buddies. And see, when you look at all his buddies, they're all fucking Normans from fucking other places. You think they're Scottish? They're not. They're fucking like French and shit, man. They were never proper Scots. And the Scottish people have got this delusion that, like fucking, for instance, I'm trying to remember some names, like Hope. People like Hope, the Hope family. Like my area where I live, the Hope family still own a lot of the fucking land around here. There's the Hopetoun estate. It's not far away. It's a big fucking massive 17th century or 18th century fucking mansion, and all the land around it. All this land here, right up to Linlithgow, right fucking the Hope family. The Hope family were the Hops. They came from France. So you find that a lot of these fuckers that have land in Scotland were never Scottish. They stole the fucking land of the Scots. The Scots that never played ball with Bruce, the Scots that could see through Bruce's bullshit, they got fucked. They got kicked off their land, and Bruce gave the land to his buddies. And you know what? Bruce was he was fighting for the English no fucking long before it. So fuck Bruce. Fuck Robert the Bruce. And that's one thing that I think Braveheart actually gets right. They've got Bruce as a snivelling little fucking weasel. Because he fucking was a snivelling little fucking weasel. And his dad with the fucking bandages around his head. Son, you've got to listen to the nobles. And they're trying to make it. He's like, no, Dad, Wallace asked me. And you see how he betrayed Wallace in the film. Well, that's Bruce betraying Wallace in the movie is a metaphor for Bruce betraying Scotland as a whole. Bruce betrayed Scotland. I think Wallace, if Wallace was a real guy, he's the only good thing that fucking happened in Scotland. And where is he now? Where's his legacy? He's fucking 4 bits of fucking body parts strewn all across fucking Britain. Aye, the poor had no lawyers. I didn't think anyone had fucking lawyers back then. So are you coming up, Annie? Are you waiting for your boyfriend Okai to turn up? Right, Wolfer, I'm going to give you a wrench, mate, because I'm liking what you're saying. I'm going to go to the toilet. I'm going to be a couple of minutes. But I'm going to put the link in the chat. Where are you, Wolfer? And since you're showing your face, Ken, you're not one of these fucking faceless fucking arseholes. Here we go. So is nobody up for a wee chat tonight? Nobody up for a wee chat? Away for a shite. I'm going away for a shite. Going for away for a pish. Maybe a smoke. Maybe another bottle of wine. Guys, I've got a whole bottle of wine to drink tonight, so you better get your fucking arses up here. I'm not sitting here ranting about fucking Trump and Robert the Bruce all night. Fuck yous. And what have we got? No land left. That's spot on. Annie D. See, in Scotland, 11% of the land is owned by the public, by the people. 11%. The other 89% of land in Scotland is owned by private lords and fucking lairds and there are these snobby fuckers, you know what I mean? No land left for us, the true. Look at my ancestry. I've been here forever. My ancestors have been here forever. And what have I got to show for it? Fuck all. Thor Spanner. Right, guys, I'm going for a quick slash. I'll be back in a minute. I'll just get ready. You all have a wee discussion and decide who's going to come up. I'll be back in like 2-3 minutes. That's the problem when you have a wee drinky poo. You end up having to go to the toilet a lot. I'll have a ciggy as well. Well, I'm going to talk a wee bit about the Celtic Christians, the Chaldee, as well, because they got shafted the same way as the other Scots got shafted. You know what I mean? I bet you no one can smoke a cigarette as quick as me. See, since I've stopped smoking weed, I can smoke a cigarette in about 3 draws. With 3 pulls. 3 or 4 pulls, I can smoke a cigarette. Crazy. So in that time, I've been away. I've had a piss and I've had a cigarette. Crazy, eh? I'm a machine. I'm a fucking machine. So like I was saying about the Celtic Christianity was in Scotland well before the Catholicism, all that shit. In the same way the Celtic Christians got pushed out of Scotland, is the same way the fucking Scots got shafted as well. I followed this guy for years. I don't often comment on YouTube, but I like you, bud. Cheers, man. Do you know what? I wear my heart on my sleeve. I don't give a fuck. I say what I think. I think what I say. But I'm leaning more into the Celtic Christian stuff, man. I love it. I love the Celtic Christian stuff, man. The more I read about it, the more. Do you know what? I might even build a little cell up in my allotment and start becoming a Celtic Christian. I might start my own church, guys. My own Caldee church. And reignite the fucking Celtic Christianity. Because all the fucking... Do you know what? Listen to this, guys. My son was at church. My son was in the church. And one of the elders, one of the old guys who used to be... I think he used to be a minister there. He's deaf and shit. He said to my son, Does your dad believe in Christianity? And my son turned around and said, he's got his own thing going on. He kind of believes in the Celtic Christianity and all that stuff. And the old guy turned around and said to him, well, do you know where he's going? Do you know where he's going? What an old cunt, eh? I mean, imagine saying that to a 15-year-old, like, practically damning me to hell. Get what I mean? Like, fucking, this fuck off. Get what I mean? This is how I can't see modern Christ. Well, you say it's modern, but it's like fucking. But see, modern Christianity, man, it's bullshit. The old Celtic Christianity is the way forward. Definitely. Celtic Christianity, guys, was one of the first Christianities in Europe. You know what I mean? I'm telling you. I'm fucking telling. The more I read, the more I'm starting to believe that Celtic Christianity was one of the first proper. Oh fuck! Now I've got the cat. I've got a cat living with me, guys. I'm going to have to let it in the room. He's acting shy, but he's meowing. He's meowing at the door. I mean, I've got to see him. Oh, it's the original Christianity. It's the original Christianity. And I would say that people like fucking Bruce and shit like that, because Bruce, that was the start of like fucking this Norman fucking royalty that came to Scotland. I think Malcolm I was maybe the last of the fucking... I think maybe even Macbeth. Macbeth was probably the last proper Celtic king in Scotland. And this shite with Shakespeare and Macbeth, that was just propaganda. Macbeth was one of the most successful kings of Scotland. He reigned for like fucking 45, 50 years or some shit. He done loads of good shit, Macbeth. But Shakespeare can... And the thing is, Shakespeare was working for fucking James Stewart, who is connected to the fucking Bruces and all these fuckers. So this was all propaganda. All fucking propaganda to make the Celts look bad. Getting Macbeth, Celtic Christianity, all that shit. And like I said, I think the Celtic Christians were onto something here. What's the cat's name? No Mask is asking. The cat is called Leo. How original. It's one of those little, what do you call them? Dolly cats? One of those little fucking, it's an indoor cat. Like if it went outside, the fucking magpies would probably kill it. So Lance Ripa is saying, didn't all Scottish royalty have an STD? I think back in those days, probably everybody had STDs and didn't realise. They didn't know what it was. Never mind the royalty. I think fucking everybody probably had some kind of weird STD. I wonder where STDs actually came from. It was probably came from the fall of Babylon, when everyone was shagging each other, when everyone was being promiscuous and moral degeneracy. You know what I mean? Like, who was the first person to get fucking like herpes or some shit like that? I don't know. I don't know. That's maybe just a fucking. That's STDs is maybe just nature's way in saying stop fucking shagging about, stop being promiscuous. Maybe nature has got something like that. Just like nature has got a way you say stop inbreeding, because when you inbreed, stuff happens. Again, stuff happens to the genes. Maybe STDs is something like that. A way that nature says stop shagging around because it's not cool. So if you're trying to provoke me into some kind of right. So Annie D says, I used to care for a service dog puppy. I'm getting her back in 10 days. She retired early. That's cool. No Mask says, my cats couldn't catch a cold. This cat catches a mouse and it just plays with it and fucking lets it go again. So YouTube says, when I smoked, I was on at least 30 a day. After 20 plus years smoking, you're on that many. Pig fuckery. Maybe it was when people are fucking, maybe that's where the first STD came from, was bestiality. Fuck knows. Right, I'm not even going to repeat what YouTube says because that's minging. Even though pig fuckery is... I'll say pig fuckery, but I'll not say, but I like getting my dick wet. Oh, we've got a guest. Thank fuck, about time. About fucking time. Hello!
Hey, wee posh cunt.
Hi, posh cunt. I sound like a posh cunt right enough, eh? Jesus Christ. You should hear posh cunts for Scotland. They sound English, like, hello, my name's Gerard. Thing is, people used to call me posh at school because of my name, Gerard, but Gerard is a very popular name in Ireland. It's one of these fucking, it's almost like John in Ireland, kind of like Gerard is like John. You know what I mean? But when I came to Scotland, but when I started going to primary school, people were like, Geraldine. So I just like, I had to just like start calling myself Jed after a while, just to like stop the teasing. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I work with a kid named Gerard now.
Aye. So it's a good Sunday name. How you doing anyway, mate?
Pretty good. How you doing?
Oh, your growth is growing quick, man.
Oh yeah. I trim it down every 2 weeks.
Mate, I think you should just go on full beard.
I mean, I can't because it starts to go over my mouth and then I get fucking tomato juice and shit stuck in my beard, man. You know?
Just trim the tash. Just round the lips.
I've tried that. It just doesn't seem to work out.
You've got quite a large moustache. Like, it goes quite high up in your face. Like, you'd have a big fucking moustache. Like, big manly ass moustache. And like,
I'm a big stud. Yeah, I'm a big Polish stud, baby.
Now, that's the British genes coming through, man. Poles can't grow moustaches. We've got loads of Poles over here, man. You hardly see a Polish guy with a beard over here, man, because they've all got that weird blonde, shitty sort of... You didn't really get a dark Pole. They've got that Russian fucking thing going on, and the blondie, dirty blonde thing going on. So that's probably your British genes coming through, man.
Maybe so. So hey, man, your son already has 2 videos up. I've watched them both. I'm proud of him, man.
Oh, mate, what do you think?
He sounds like you. He sounds like you when he's talking.
It's mental, eh? It's just like a little miniature version. He goes up in the attic to do his reading because it's too noisy everywhere else. So he goes up to the attic and he does his reading, and he makes mistakes, but then he deletes it. And he's so persistent, and he's so knowledgeable, mate. He's so knowledgeable. It's unbelievable.
I asked him about what
he calls me a heretic. You know what I mean?
I asked him a really technical question on his first video, and he wrote a whole paragraph back to me about it.
Because he mentioned it to me, and he says, I think VB is talking about the little hats.
No, I wasn't. Not on there. No. No, he's 15. I'm not gonna say anything rude to him or do anything mean at all.
No, you're totally. I read your comment, man, and you're totally respectful, man. And he loves it. He loved that someone actually had a decent comment to make. Okay, not just cool, man, awesome. Like you actually had a proper input, and he loves that shit because he's very intelligent, man. He's for his age, for 15-year-olds, he's so intelligent.
He's smarter than you. I mean, jeez.
No, he fucking is because I've melted my brain for years with the weed.
Man, I went 3 months at one point with no weed, trying to get one of these jobs, man. But it just didn't pan out, and I was like, "Fuck this, man! I'm just gonna go back to smoking weed. If I need to pass a piss test, I got a method I can pass a piss test with this synthetic. It's not synthetic; it's real urine, and it's like shipped in from fucking Southeast Asia or something. They have the bunch of little kids that pee in a and they sell it here.
That's fucking weird. Like, surely you know a person that doesn't smoke weed that could piss for you, man.
Well, I mean, it comes in this bottle, and you could put the bottle in the microwave for 10 seconds, and then the bottle stays hot for like 3 hours. It stays at the perfect human body temperature. So you keep it in your pocket. You go in the room, you pour that into the piss sample, and you hand it to them. I've passed 2 drug tests already with that, man. It's genius.
I remember one of my friends, he wanted to join the army, but he liked to smoke as well. And I think it's like 6 months or something it takes to be totally clear. Like, it depends on the person. It could be 3 months, it could be 6 months, it could be 4 months, whatever. But he knew one of his mates who never smoked weed, and they got like a sample to him, and you go into the army using that sample. You know what I mean? But import piss, how much does that cost?
$26.
That's very precise. Like
yeah, I bought it twice and used it twice.
And how much does posting and packaging cost?
No, you could buy it at a store.
At a store?
I buy it at the same place I buy these. Yeah.
No way. They sell piss as well.
Yep.
Maybe that's what's in the vapes.
All I know is that stuff works, man, and it's real.
That's a bit creepy, but aye, cool, man. Whatever you have to do, to get forward in life.
Yeah. So you want to hear a funny story?
Of course I do, man. I've been talking now for how long? Fucking an hour.
Yeah. Let me tell you more about my job search whenever I was still doing it. So there's a website called Indeed, and you put your stuff on there and you apply to jobs on there. It's like a job board. Well, I got a phone call from a recruiter, and he wanted to hire me for this pest extermination company for a job that was $48,000 a year. And that's a big jump for me.
Fucking aye.
And yeah, that would be that'd be like winning the lottery for me, honestly. It'd be
like winning the lottery for me as well. Do you know what, VB? I wasn't actually trying to go for a career that earned a lot of money. I just wanted to be happy, to be honest with you. The more money you chase, I don't know, man, the less happy you are. I've realized that now, especially on my last job doing removals. I moved a lot of high-end clientele, and I realized that it doesn't matter how much money you've got. It doesn't make you happy. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. Well, so I got recruited, and then I went to the extermination place, and I did this computer test, and I scored. It's some kind of weird psychological mental test, I scored super high on it, and he said, I can pass anyone that gets like a 40% or above, but I prefer someone at a 50%, and I had like a 78%.
No way.
So, yeah, he goes, I've honestly, very few people score like that. And I was like, oh, awesome.
What does the test entail? What was it, like general knowledge? Was it like fucking arithmetic? Was it?
It was weird logic problems. It was like weird algebraic, not really algebra specifically, but algebraically oriented mental logic questions. Like, which of these words doesn't fit with the sentence? And then there'll be like, another one was like, here's the pattern. And it was like 0.2%, 0.10%,
Sounds like Mensa, the Mensa sort of test where You have to fill out the pattern. Can you get 2 numbers and you've got a gap? What's the gap? Again, like, what's the pattern here?
Yeah, or what's the next number? What's the next number after this one? You know, and it was like weird shit like that. And I figured it out, a lot of it. And the only reason I didn't score 100% was because I ran out of time. So he said nobody ever finishes it because it's too long. So don't worry. So the guy was all hyped up about me, man. He was shaking my hand, basically saying, "Oh, you're basically hired. Come back, you know, next week and sign this conditional job offer," which I did. I went there and I signed the conditional job offer, and I was just waiting for the phone call. Then he sent me to that fucking Indian background check service, like we were talking about, and they fucked everything up. But meanwhile, he sent me to go get a physical because I guess the job is demanding, and you have to wear a long sleeve shirt and long pants for the uniform, and you're out in the sun all day, and you're out walking around people's houses, you know, taking care of the bugs and shit. So they made me do a physical, and when I was at my physical, the clinician there, lady, was like, your A1C, which is my blood sugar, she goes, it's at 1,000 and it should be at like 150 and it's at 1,000. So you have type 2 diabetes. And I'm like, oh, great. She goes, yeah, sorry to break the news. You have type 2 diabetes and you also need to go to an emergency room immediately. I was like, really? She goes, yeah, if you don't, you could end up in a diabetic coma. So what she was telling me, I was like, holy shit. Yeah, because I was consuming way too much sugar, I guess.
So have you got diabetes, or is it just, have you got diabetes? Fucking hell. I remember going for a test. I can't remember what was wrong with me, but there was something wrong with me. I went to the doctors, they done some blood tests, and whatever it was that I went in for, I was cool, it was fine. But there were certain levels that came up that wasn't fine, and it was high cholesterol. So I had to, they want me to go back in again. And I'm like, high cholesterol? I'm fucking skin and bone. I can't have high cholesterol. So they tested me again. You're like something like 6.2, which is like obesity, kind of like cholesterol.
Yeah.
But then they came to the conclusion that it's a genetic fucking thing that I've got. So I'm all right. Yeah. I'm safe. But it's just weird how I'm so high in cholesterol from like my physique. Because I've not got any fat on me. I'm almost like 5% fat or something like that. I'm like an athlete, mate. I've got no fat on me at all. I'm high cholesterol.
Yeah. That's exactly what they said to me. And, you know, so then when I went back a second time, 3 months later, my A1C dropped down to 700 because I've changed my diet.
So is that a good thing?
Oh yeah, from 1,000 down to 700. That's massive.
I'm not sure what the scale is. That could be just a couple of notches. Sometimes it could be just a couple of. But do you take any insulin? Do you have to? Like my brother-in-law has to actually inject insulin in his chest.
No, I have type 2. That's type 1 diabetes. Type 1 diabetes is the really bad one.
Yeah.
But I have type 2, and it can be reversed if I stick with my diet and continue to exercise and stuff like that. So I went and I walked for 2 hours today.
That's weird. I'd never look at you and think a diabetic.
Oh, I know. That's what everyone says when I tell them. They're like, how are you a diabetic, man? You're like skin and bones.
I was going to say, is that why you did slim right down? Like, or is that just because of your job, or did you actually make a conscious effort to like get less body fat and sugar?
No, I don't know. I was driving the pizzas and I started to lose weight slowly and naturally. And then I switched jobs to this one, which is much more physically demanding. And I lost even more weight, but I was still consuming a shitload of sugar. I don't know if the diabetes caused the weight loss. I guess people say that it can do that too. Which you think it'd be the opposite. You think you'd blow it up and get fat, you know?
But maybe psychologically, subconsciously, you're thinking, fuck, I'm going to die. So maybe just every time you're eating, you're maybe making a conscious or subconscious effort to eat less sugar.
Well, yeah, I mean, I already lost all the weight before I even changed my diet. So.
You know, fancy the wine now and again, mate? Have you had any alcohol since the last time we spoke?
During that 3 months that I didn't smoke weed, I drank some red wine and I drank some Miller Lite American shit beer, piss beer.
Oh, American beer's so fucking crap, man. Like,
I know.
What was it you said there? Coors
Miller Lite.
Miller Lite. See,
Mhm.
Coors, Budweiser, Miller, they all taste like garbage, man. Like all American beer, I think, tastes like someone flicked a cigarette in your fucking can or bottle. It's got this weird fucking taste. The thing is, they're all brewed in Britain. Like you have like a bottle of Budweiser or a bottle of, but they're brewed here. It's not like they're importing them over from America. Okay, I mean they're actually brewing them here in Britain.
Yeah. Lori Gale says she drinks Miller Lite. I actually love the taste of Miller Lite, though, man.
Oh man, fucking Miller Lite was like pushed by a tranny, was it not? It was not like some kind of trans person, like fucking with an advert, like, oh, we love Miller Lite. It's like it's trans. You know,
Yeah, it was
remember
Bud
that?
Light. That was
Was
Bud
that
Light.
Bud Light? Oh, Bud Light, right? Fair enough. But still, man, like American beer getting promoted by trans people, man, that sucks.
Yeah, I know. There was a big backlash over that, and people stopped buying Bud Light. And then Bud Light was eventually giving away entire cases with like the case would cost $24.99, and they'd give you a $25 rebate if you mailed in the rebate. So they're literally giving the beer away for free just to get
No
it off the
way.
shelves and keep the circulation. Yeah. And then eventually the Bud Light disowned that tranny guy, and then people started buying it again. But the sales are still way down. But they learned a lesson with that, man. Americans don't want to see a bunch of fucking tranny shit, bro. And that's why we voted for Trump, man. I know you think it's like all an illusion and everything, but Donald Trump actually does real things that actually make real differences. He did it last time he was in office, and he's going to do it all again this time. I'm going to actually be able to see a real difference from the shit that he does. You know,
You really think so?
well, I know so. I know for a fact I will.
So what do you think he's going to change?
He's going to make gas prices lower. He's going to make grocery prices lower. He's going to ship out a shitload of illegal immigrants. He's going to do no taxes on my mom's Social Security benefits. He's going to do no taxes on any tips that I make. Well, I'm not going to report taxes on tips anyways, but yeah.
The fucking immigrants is the ones who voted for him.
No, those were all legal citizens that voted for him.
Fuck off. Puerto Ricans and fucking, they're no Americans, man.
Puerto Rican,
fool yourself. They're no Americans. They're no
Puerto Ricans and
blooded Americans, man. They're immigrants.
Yeah, but technically, because of the law, Puerto Ricans were actually made citizens of the United States automatically, which I don't agree with at all, but it's true.
Oh, by law.
And the Venezuelan.
Not by genetics or anything like that, just by law.
Well, what about black people? Black people are Americans.
Certain black people.
Well, yeah.
Certain black people.
African Americans are are Americans, but black people from Africa.
There's black British here as well, like, but no Africans that come in fucking first generation, you know what I mean? Or second generation. I'd even say second generation can like see there's a thing. It was good. I was watching a video the other day. It was about a guy who was cutting down these things called ULEZ posts. Have you heard about in Britain? Like we've got environmental zones in cities. So if you've got a certain vehicle that produces a certain amount of like carbon footprint, like a diesel car or and like that, you're not allowed to go in the city.
Wow.
Have you heard about that? It's called
No,
ULEZ.
I didn't know that.
It's like environmental zones around cities. But this guy was cutting down these because they catch you like. There's cameras everywhere, so if they can catch your registration, they can search your car. Like my car doesn't fit any because my car's like 13-year-old or something like that, so it doesn't fit any of the ULEZ, and it's a diesel, it's a 2-liter diesel car, so it doesn't fit any of the ULEZ fucking thing. So I got a fine for it for driving it in Edinburgh, £60. But if you pay it within 20 days or something, it's a £30 fine. But if you ignore it, it turns into a £60 fine and all this shit. Anyway, I paid it just to get them off my fucking back. But there's a guy going around cutting down these fucking cameras. He's like, fuck ULEZ. This is bullshit. This is this is tyranny. So he's been going around like with a stilt saw cutting down these cameras. Brilliant guy, like, and he's got a proper London accent. No, this fucking street London. That's what fucks me off about London right now. That white people are now speaking like the fucking
Ghetto.
black culture, like, oh, what's up, man, and can all this shit, this black culture that's in London. White people are now speaking like that. And see, this
White
guy
people-
has a proper London accent. He was like, no, they can fuck off, man. I'm going to cut down those fucking things and they can fuck off because I'm a proper Englishman. And it was like, fucking on you go. And it was good to hear a proper London accent. I've not heard it for so fucking long. I'm from London, so my granny, see when I came back up, because I was born in England and I was born in Camden in London. So there's Camden in London. It's like a proper fucking, it's where it's kind of got a music, like lots of like music fucking stars come from like Camden and all that shit. Anyway, when I came up from England, my granny said that I was like, hello, granny. Can I have the proper fucking Cockney accent when I was like 4-year-old? And I've not heard that accent for a while. And it was good to hear a good London accent, like proper London accent, not the street London. And in fact, they're using the street London in like adverts now, like KFC and shit. It's like, come and buy a chicken, like come and buy a chicken. And it's like this black fucking, it's like, it's almost aiming for the black demographic, kind of the London, but it's not just black, because white people are speaking like that now. So it's this street London fucking accent. It's shit, man. It's no proper Cockney fucking London.
White people have been talking like that in America for 30 years now.
So
doing
what did you think about my rant about abortion?
Well, I mean, what specifically about it?
Like the fact that everyone's like, yeah, Trump's going to stop abortion. And I'm like, abortion's always going to happen. If he makes it illegal, it's still going to happen in back alleyways. And it's probably going to be very unsafe. It's probably going to be fucking immigrants, Mexicans pulling fucking babies out with fucking forceps and fucking smashing them with a hammer rather than them being like fucking injection or whatever. There's always going to be abortion. So these people are like, yeah, Trump's going to stop abortion. Like, there's always going to be fucking abortion. You fucking idiot. And it's just going to go black market now. Just like everything else. If you ban something, it'll go underground and go black market.
Well, let me tell you the story about abortion. So there was this case called Roe versus Wade back in the 1960s or something. So before that, abortion, I believe, was just completely illegal. And then Roe versus Wade passed in the Senate or the Congress or whatever, in the House of Representatives. And then nationwide, federally, abortion was legalized. And then when Trump got in office, and it was like that for 30, 40 years, whatever, 50 years. And then Trump got in office, and the Supreme Court that was under Trump decided to do something, and they made it where each individual state, now during elections, each individual state puts that on the ballot. So each state gets to decide by a vote if abortion is going to be legal in their state or not. And most states have kept it legal, but a lot of states actually went back the old way and said, nope, we're not going to allow abortion in this state at all. So that's why all the people that live in those states that don't allow it, those are the ones that are bitching and moaning and complaining. All they have to do is drive across the state line to another state and they can still have their abortion. And any case of a medical emergency, like if the mother's body is in danger because of her being pregnant and she has to actually legitimately get an abortion or else she'll die, it don't matter. Even if it's at a state, if that's even in a state where it's banned, they're still allowed to get them. So there's literally no one stopping anybody from getting an abortion at all. And the Democrats, the left wing, ran their entire campaign on this lie, this concept of, oh, Trump's going to make abortion illegal. And he even said it himself out of his own mouth. I'm not going to sign any federal ban on abortion. The abortion rights are voted on in the state that you live in. If you don't like the result, you go and you campaign in your state and you tell people to vote the other way. Otherwise, if you just drive across the border to another state and you can get your abortion. So it's totally fine. And all these women are freaking out. And then they just want to use it as an excuse to say, oh, look at how much control men have. It's going to be the Handmaid's Tale. And men just want to control our bodies and all this shit. It's just all feminism. It's all female supremacism.
So Wilfer says, my mum had an illegal abortion here in Britain in the early 60s. Wire coat hanger stuff. And that's the thing. That's the thing. Whether it's fucking legal or illegal, people are still going to have abortions. VB, I'm going to be going to the toilet, so just talk to the fucking people for 2 minutes because I can piss in like 30 seconds.
Okay. Don't shit yourself while you're pissing. We've got Matrix Decode in the chat. He says, hi, Jed, VB, and Lori. Wow, we've got Lori Gale in here. I think Lori Gale needs to hop on the link and come on the show, and we can talk, and we can tell Jed about American politics. We can explain things to Jed. We can explain why Trump pretty much is the savior of America at this point, and only because of the fact that America has gotten so fucked, gotten so bad with this liberal shit.
I'm trying to keep, because I was thinking of something when you were speaking there. I have pissed. I was trying to keep the thought in my head there, right? So if you're right wing, right, and you want less coloured people, should we say, in your country, you want more white Americans or whatever, why would you want to stop abortion? Because it's mostly blacks that are having them.
Yeah, that's true.
The black community are the top demographic who are having abortions. So if you ban abortion in America, you're just going to have more black people running around. So why would you want to ban it? Wouldn't it be a good thing to keep abortion if you don't want as many colored people in your country? Because it's all the immigrants. It's like the Mexicans and shit like that. They just keep having babies over and over again because they don't know what contraception is.
Modern American conservatism is anti-racist. VB may be extremely racist, but the Conservative Party is not racist.
Guess who's in the chat?
I know. Look at that, man. Tell him to get in here.
The man, Tim Osman. I love Tim, man. He's cool.
Tim is a legend, bro. Tim is an icon and a legend.
And you know what? I'm gonna give him a fucking spanner.
Yeah. I would love to have Lori Gale. I would love to have Lori Gale and Tim Osman jump in here if they wanted to.
Well,
they might not, though.
Definitely. And like I said, if certain people are fucking cool, they'll get a spanner. Matrix Decode, remember him? Fucking hell.
Yeah, I just said it. Yeah.
He's still alive.
Decode. Yeah. He's an OG, man. He's the real deal.
He's an OG and he's going to fucking spanner as well because I don't want him banned. No, to be honest, I'm saying that I don't want them banned, but I don't think like the people. That's the thing. Over the years, over the whatever 10 years I've been fucking doing these live streams or whatever, I think I've whittled the wheat from the chaff. So it's now all we're left with is the wheat. So to be honest, even if I didn't give Tim a spanner, I don't think he would fucking be banned. You know what I mean? But I'm going to give him it anyway. And no mask as well, man. No mask. Matrix Decode. He's a fuck. I like Matrix Decode, man. He's a good guy. So he's like I said, I'm giving it the spanners, man.
There was a time when in my life I was doubting the validity of Jesus Christ, and I was on a private call with Matrix Decode that was like a 4 or 5 hour private conversation off the air, one of many that I had with Matrix Decode. And he said, you know what, VB, you may be having your doubts and stuff, but next time you're in a tough situation, next time you're in a sleep paralysis or anything like that, call on the name of Jesus Christ, and trust me, it's gonna work. And the situation eventually arose, and I called on the name of Jesus Christ, and I was freed from my sleep paralysis immediately. And Matrix Decode was right, bro. And I know you.
Whether I believe in Jesus Christ or not, he was a Chad, man. He was like tipping up the fuck. He was like, "What the fuck? You selling shit in the temple, man? You fucking." He was like upturning tables and shit, man. I like that shit, man. Like whether I believe Jesus was the Son of God or whether he was God on earth, it doesn't matter. That dude was trying to spread a good message, and I can't deny the guy for that. I mean, whether he was a real God or fucking God's son or whatever, he could have been just a human spreading a new ideology that was fucking against the degeneracy those times. I'm not sure whether he was son of God. I'm not sure, but he died trying to spread a fucking message. And you know what? It stuck with everybody. So fucking good on Jesus. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying I'm not saying I didn't believe in the guy, but whether he was the son of God, whether he was immaculate conception, see these kind of theories like immaculate conception, like Mary was fucking like Mary never got shagged. You know what I mean? come on, like those things kind of. I have to deal with in my mind, like when I'm being truthful with myself. Come on, we know what science is like. Like a woman can't get pregnant from fucking thin air. I mean, it's like so. But at the end of the day, whether Jesus was the Son of God, whether he was immaculately conceived, whether he was whatever, he was obviously a dude that had the fucking right moral compass, and he was fucking trying to tell people to live a certain way, a good way. And you know what? I'm all for that. And right now, in this world of degeneracy, we need another fucking Jesus. You know what I mean? We need another Jesus to say, fuck you guys. You know what I mean? So
how familiar are you with the structure of the actual Bible?
The structure?
Yeah, like you know that. Well, you know that the Old Testament is the vast majority of the Bible, and then at the very end, there's a small section which is the New Testament.
To be honest, I'm all about the Old Testament.
Okay.
the Ten Commandments. Well, they say the Ten Commandments. There's like they say the Ten Commandments, but there was over 300 of the fucking things. But the most, see, if everybody lived by those 10 commandments, the Moses commandments, like thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not fucking sleep with fucking next door neighbor's fucking wife, thou shalt not fucking. See, if everybody lived by those fucking rules, the world will be a much better place. I can guarantee you that.
Yeah. And well, I'll tell you this, man. With your doubts and everything, all you got to do is get you a King James Bible and only read the really small section at the end, the New Testament, and then you'll understand everything, man. You'll be just read the New Testament, and if you really concentrate and actually read it out, I'm not joking when I say this, you're gonna be in tears, man. You will shed tears.
Mate, I've been reading the Bible for fucking years. Why do you think my son? Why do you think my son goes to church? Do you think he just suddenly fucking? Why do you think my son is such a strong Christian? Why do you think my son knows so much he does? Because hear me, I'm a fucking closet Christian.
You need to come out of the closet.
But because I'm so honest with myself, because I didn't want to fool myself, there's certain things like what Eve was made out of Adam's rib. Come on, then he talk shit. Like there's certain things in the Bible I'm like, that must be bullshit.
I mean, I don't see why. We're talking about a time before time, you know?
You believe Eve was made out of Adam's rib and shit like that? Do you believe that?
Yeah.
My son's the same. He's like, yeah. My son's like you. He's like, yeah, I believe that. I was like, how the fuck can you believe that? Like, what scientific fucking what? Not even science. Like you don't even have to be a scientist to believe that fucking a human can't come from a man's rib.
You're looking at it from the view of the creation, man. You got to think about the fact that God is literally the creator, and when he spoke words, the sound of his voice is what created physical existence. So he could do anything, man. Yeah.
So I do look at God like that, and I think to myself, why would God punish humans for the rest of their fucking for eternity because Eve ate an apple off a fucking tree? So we've all got sin forever. We're sin forever, And to me, God wouldn't be such a fucking malicious prick. God's good. In my eyes, God's a good guy. And he wouldn't be fucking. I know humans aren't perfect, but that doesn't mean we're all fucking stuck with. It doesn't mean we're all sinners. Get what I mean?
Bro, that's why Jesus came back, because Jesus is God on earth. And he came back and he changed the rules.
Mate, do you know how many Bibles are in my house? And this is just a certain version of it. You've seen this before, but this is the King James version. But my son's got the New English version. My son's got about 5 different versions up there in his room. And that I buy them. I fucking buy them. Get what I mean? He's even got like the old Catholic Bibles that are covered in fucking gold and shit. And my son hates that shit because he sees that Christianity shouldn't be about idol worshipping and material stuff. And the material world doesn't matter. Okay, and I believe that shit. Like the material world is actually our downfall. It's the spiritual world that we should be looking at, not material. Okay,
exactly.
Spiritual, can our souls, our spirit, our fucking, because that's eternal. This shit, man, this is nothing. It's just wood, plastic, fucking. It doesn't mean nothing. It's our spirit.
It's like you said, you can have all the money in the world. It's not going to make you happy. The only thing that's going to make you happy is when you're spiritually right with God. You know what I mean?
Exactly, mate. Exactly. And I feel like I'm on the right path, mate, because I feel like as long as I keep doing good stuff as long as I be a good guy, and fucking just stay good, just do good shit, man. Like it doesn't matter if I'll be believe in Jesus or not. I feel like if I'm good and I'm good to the end, I'll have a place in that kingdom, man.
That's not enough, man. That's not enough.
Oh, I have to believe in Jesus died for our sins.
Yep.
Nah, man. Because I didn't think we were sinned to begin with. I didn't think God would actually give us that burden that we were all sinned. I think that's a malicious God, a fucking jealous God. And funnily enough, my son said that. He said, in the Bible, it says, I am a jealous God. And it's like, why would God be jealous? Because that is a fucking human emotion.
I think it's a misinterpretation. I think that word is like misused there in that spot in the Bible.
Well, my son said it's just almost like it's not. My son said it in a way that it's jealousy in the way that if someone is looking at your wife or something like that. Like,
yeah, it's more. It's more about protecting you than it is being envious of you. Because jealousy is like envy, but then the other jealousy is more of like protecting and like watchful, you know? So maybe that's more what it means.
I don't know, man. But I just feel like as long as I'm a good person, there'll be a place for me. And it won't be hell. Fase is in the house.
Oh, excellent.
Fase, good to see you, man.
What's up?
What's up?
Hey.
You know what you show your face, man? You aging like a old apple or some shit.
Yeah, that's what it is.
I bet you Fase has aged about fucking 20 years since we last seen him. He looks like fucking crap now.
I'm alright.
Mind you, I've got to say, Fase, we never really ever seen you. Have you not got an avatar or something, man? That's boring, man.
Yeah, what do you mean? You guys used to Photoshop my first profile picture, like in the Flat Earth days. Don't you remember? There were like 10 sock accounts of me.
Huh? I never made a sock. Hear me, I've never made a sock account in any cunt.
Not you, but like the fucking like whole troll group, bro. DQ and shit, like people that ended up becoming my friends and stuff. They had.
David Quintana, he's a little fucking poof. See if David Quintana was in my vicinity, I would break his fucking jaw. He's one of those little fucking. He's a little troll that, see if you didn't say something that he likes, he gets all fucking irritated and just David Quintana is one of the biggest fucking dickheads I've ever known on YouTube, to be honest with you. I used to think the guy was great. Honestly, I used to think he was a good guy, but he's a fucking little twerp.
What about Patrick Marshall?
Oh, I still like P Mars, man. I still like him, even though he's a little cock. I like him.
I'm just gonna call him Patrick Marshall from now on.
Patrick Marsden.
Nah, Marsden. That's his proper name. Marsden.
Oh, it's actually Marsden. Oh, okay.
It's actually Marsden. Aye, it's Patrick Marsden.
Okay.
He's doxed himself. We're not doing anything bad here.
But he's fucking going around in different discords now, arguing about Jesus and shit.
Yeah,
Jed,
he's doing a long troll.
Yeah.
He's dedicated to the shit now. I was like, dude,
well, it's good to see you, Fase, man.
As a Christian, like, is this
Fase,
real?
it's good to see you, and I'm glad you came up, man. Thanks.
Yeah, Jed, put Vicnoid's comment up on there. Her latest comment on the screen.
No, I like the beard, man. I do.
Yeah, it's good.
Fase,
you look way less KKK with the beard.
I think you could put a turban on VB's head and you pass as like some kind of weird Persian guy.
Definitely. Yeah, Iranian for sure. He looks like my uncle.
like you, Fase.
yeah, exactly.
He could be your brethren.
Yes, right.
It's definitely his Polish genes. That's no Polish genes, man. He is like Saudi Arabian or some shit.
Polish Persian connection. Yeah, Polak Persian connection.
Yo, you guys were talking about religion and stuff, and like my whole life I've been doing just looking into different stuff. I changed my positions. It's like it's lifelong quest to just fucking know some things, right? And a lot of that happens by like observing people and like what they do with religion. So atheists love to say like that religion is the cause of like all the world's problems, right? It's like, oh, people kill in the name of God, and people do, they want to fucking conquer other lands and in the name of God. But I mean, I guess it depends on how you look at it, right? There's also people who are really good. Like they're good to everybody that they interact with. They make people's lives better and stuff. And they attribute their goodness to their religion. Now, whether it's true or not, like I think there's something to be said for that. Personally, I can't do it anymore. I got to an age where I was just like, okay, I can't just believe in shit that I have been told. That's it. Like, especially if they're wild and stuff, like the stuff that you're saying, like the miracles and stuff, right? Or these one-off things that just happen, like a woman gets impregnated immaculately, and then just all kinds of fairy tale stuff, like
turning bread into what? Like turning. What was it? He done. He made one loaf of bread feed 100 people or some shit like, and one thing with wine feed 100. It's like, well, can like.
Yeah.
Some of these things, some of these things aren't possible, man.
Yeah, and you just need to like the way I look at it. Also, is like if you have a thing with like deconstructing just media and propaganda in general, right? We do it for our current times. Like we do it for today's news, for yesterday's news, for last week's news, from 9/11 news 20 years ago, and you can go back, and it's always bullshit. It's like always bullshit. The official narrative or any narrative that exists for us to just learn about what happened in some previous period in time, like it's usually trash. So it's like I'm supposed to jump 2,000 years into the past and then accept that this book comes from that time. You know what I mean? Or this collection of writings comes from that time, and I need to just accept that. And though there's some virtue in doing that, like people always tell me, like, you have to have faith. You have to have faith. And I was like, why do I have to have faith? And I'm not trying to be a contrarian, and I'm not trying to disrespect their beliefs. No. But I'm like, why do I need to have faith? I can't, bro. Like I did when I was younger, but I had questions. All the questions that I had, the answers were insufficient for even my young mind. Like teachers, family, they gave me shitty answers to very basic questions that an innocent child has when they're trying to like understand like what is this fucking story that everybody believes in. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but Fase, have you not ever experienced any kind of personal miracle?
I mean, not really. I've experienced things that maybe I can't explain, but I don't know if those are miracles, man. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, like life and death situations, like what?
Yeah, I mean, shit, yeah, a couple. Like I lived through two
And
wars. If that fucking, I've tried like a couple weird things like medical problems back in the day too. Sure,
Where are you living right now, Fase?
I'm in Kuwait.
Kuwait, right?
Yeah.
What the fuck goes on in Kuwait?
Yeah, like
I mean, religiously and economically, and what's going on in Kuwait right now?
like it's
are there
majority Muslim. It's a Muslim country.
okay? So is there like suburbs in Kuwait, like American suburbs? Is that like a thing over there, like out the cities, or is it you're either in the
'Cause
city or
it's a
you're in the
really
desert?
yeah, it's a really tiny country, man. So we have just like one major city. There's like another one now, but it's just on the coastline. So most of it, yeah, there's like the city, and then there's like kind of like residential areas.
Is it close to Yemen?
Yeah, kind of.
Is
That
it
place
all
a shithole.
Yeah,
Is Kuwait
crazy.
is Kuwait a lot of desert and sand, or is there like trees
Yeah.
and?
Both.
No,
We're
okay.
on the we're coastal, so it's like we're on the Persian Gulf. So it's like it's the whole side of the country is the coastline, and then
How
they
do you
started
sound so
developing from
American,
there.
man? Like you sound like you live in the fucking States, and like
Yeah, I grew up there.
you're just like fucking
My
like.
parents met in the States.
It sounds like you're just pretending to be like a Kuwaiti, and you're
لا
actually.
اقدر اكلمك بالعربي يعني. I could talk to you in Arabic and you wouldn't understand what I was saying. So it's like
We'll go and say some Arabic, man, and just convince me.
اكل خرا امك جد.
You say,
Was that
you say, go and fuck yourself, Jed.
Eat shit, yeah.
I knew it was going to be I knew it was going to be something derogatory, man.
he said? He said Jed's a posh cunt.
No, but like there's this thing even with okay, look, all the religious stuff, all the conspiracy stuff, fast forward all that stuff. I was like, I'm not atheist because atheist is like the worst religion in the world.
Oh, definitely. Fuck,
it's the worst. They say they're not religious, but they're more religious than any person of any faith that I've ever met about their stupid fucking beliefs. So they're religious, and I can't be part of that. But
the thing is about religions, Fase, is that most religions are acceptance. Like most religious doctrines accept other people. Kind of like it's like. But atheism seems to go against everybody. Like fuck you, can like that's not real. Can that's not this? For some reason, it's like a fucking anti-religion religion.
Yeah,
like I
exactly.
I hate it, man. I hate
like they think they're not religious, but then tell them that the Big Bang doesn't prove that Earth was created 14.6 billion years ago, and watch them have a fucking breakdown. Like. That's religious. You're religious about something that you absolutely can't prove. All kinds of stuff, fucking Darwinian evolution. Like you take it wherever you want. They love that stuff, and they just call it science. So like they use this shield of science to claim that their faith is any different than any of those books. But like no, it's not. The conclusion I came to personally was that like I believe there's a creator, right? And this is where it gets tricky for me because like I think. Yeah. Something like there is a higher power, and
Definitely.
it made all this stuff. I don't know what that consists of. I don't know if it's one being, if it's several, if there's a hierarchy of beings. I have no fucking clue.
Phase, you can't get something out of nothing. Like there must have been some kind of consciousness behind everything that we see right now. Like just us interacting. People ask for proof. Oh, I want to see proof for God. Look fucking around you. The fact that we exist and we're communicating and like look at anywhere else in the universe that's not happening and look around us. To me, that's enough evidence that there must have been some creator, consciousness. And did he hit me with a big bang shit because you can't get something out of nothing. There must have been something before.
it's too perfect, like life. Even there's too much order. You know, they try to tell you that it's all randomness and chaotic, but that's absolute
Is
bullshit.
it?
Like
Fuck.
there's a mechanism to life. There's a sexual reproduction. All animals and all living things do it. Like, who made that? That doesn't occur by just random
Chance.
chemicals fucking spinning into each other or whatever.
Nah.
Like, you know what I mean? But here's my issue: is like, if I can acknowledge that there is a higher power, so like we're not the top of the fucking totem pole or whatever. I don't know that then by default I should worship that thing. Like, if there's something that made the conditions for us to live, think, have fucking feelings, contemplate ideas, it's almost like you're supposed to come to some kind of conclusion on your own. Like, you have the ability to do that. It's built into us, right? But what most people do is they think they were just kind of lucky, and based on their geography and culture, they were just born into the right belief system. You know what I mean? So like, you just won by being born a Christian. You just won by being born a Buddhist, a Muslim, whatever. And they all think they're right. A Jew, like, everyone thinks they're the chosen people. They got the story right. And it's like, okay, but you guys didn't do anything. You did no work. Like, you were told a story when you were really young. Your parents might have believed in that story. So like, yeah, it appeals to you. You love your parents. You trust them. You take guidance from them, right? So their beliefs become your beliefs. But if you don't test those at any period in time, maybe you're not doing this experience to its fullest potential. You know what I mean?
You can't. Yeah, but you can't say that people don't do work in these religions. I mean, Muslims are proactive, and Christians proactively do things.
No, I mean about picking their specific faith. Right? They didn't go to a school. They weren't taught 10 different religions when they were kids, and then their dad said, "Okay, I want you to claim the one that makes the most sense to you." That doesn't happen. Yeah. You're just, you either go to church, you go to mosque, you go to temple, you go somewhere, you do the traditional stuff, you do the cultural stuff, and it's cool. Like, that's what makes, I mean, I get it, but at the same time, I don't think that that's the end all be all of everything. And I don't know that we're meant to worship something. It's kind of crazy. Like,
well, no. Like you said earlier, it seems like everyone inherently have this desire. Everyone inherently has this desire to be worshipful to an exterior, basically God. So even if you are a Muslim or a Buddhist or a Christian or whatever you are, I think the bigger issue might be, and I'm just kind of playing devil's advocate, just shooting around ideas, but I think that it could be argued, that's more important. The fact that we want to have faith in something, no matter what religion we're born under. And so like how there's certain birds that instinctively know to fly a certain direction, and there's certain, like turtles, they just know which direction to go to get towards what they need to be in, and these are like instincts that just happen. So maybe that's the same thing for us as humans. Maybe that's one of our inherent instincts, is that we want to be worshipful to a God. No.
Sorry, I was away for a piss. I got the last bit of that.
I was saying that there's animals that instinctively do things from when they're born. They just instinctively fly a certain direction or travel a certain direction, and maybe that's one of humanity's inherent instincts, is that we want to be worshipful to a God, no matter what religion we're born under.
Yeah.
But yeah, we've been joined by Ben Matrix Decode. But anyways, go on.
I was going to say, like, we need to introduce this guy, man, because he's been around for a long time, man. He's intelligent guy. Fucking, how you doing, Matrix?
Looking good, Ben. Looking good, bro.
He looks fresh, man.
Yeah. Crispy, baby.
He's been in sunbeds or some shit.
He's crispy, baby.
Spanish forever. Yeah, nice to see you both. I missed hanging out with you guys, and you guys have been, you hit so many good topics lately, and over the years, and I think it's been, Jed, you've been, the last few streams, I caught a few of them, and lots of it. I mean, the world's gone mad, isn't it? The world's gone mad.
Totally mad, man.
So
what have you been doing? What have you been doing with yourself? Are you still in the flat earth, or what? What's happening?
No. I've just been making AI videos. I'm here
AI
to like
videos. Oh, see, AI videos. There's certain ones I watch, and it makes my stomach churn, man. Like Gordon Ramsay AI, man, and it shows you Gordon Ramsay doing certain stuff, man. Oh my god, man, it just makes my stomach churn, man. It fucking so weird. AI is so weird, man. I know an AI video because see when I see one, it just makes my stomach twist.
Right.
Bro, get ready.
Yeah, there's different things you can do with it. You can make it like totally crazy, or you can create something beautiful, you know, with it. And
it's the uncanny valley, right?
It's crazy what's happening with it.
And I think AI is actually, people will start actually see these kind of streams. People will be looking for them because this AI stuff. There's so many AI videos out there that fucking people will be looking for real humans now. Again, like same with art. Like people will be looking for traditional art will probably go up in value because of AI. Because AI is creating so much fucking cool shit. To be honest with you, like AI can create cool shit, but at the end of the day, there's no soul in it, man. There's no fucking human, like and you almost know it when you see it because
it depends. If from an artist's point of view, I mean, you can like create anything. You know, your imagination, you can just whatever you can think of, whatever kind of imagery you want to imagine, you can create. You can create stories, and you can make it beautiful. You know.
AI is still limited, though. AI is limited to humanity's experience because it has to be something that us as a human can look at and appreciate and understand and grasp or whatever, just interact with at all. If it's something, it's limited to the human experience, if you think about it.
Yeah, I mean, the world of geopolitics has been mad. I mean, this last 4 years, I don't think we've spoken for like since COVID, you know.
Yeah.
It must be
Speaking of AI, D, right on time in the chat.
Oh, D's. Oh, fucking D's not even got a spanner, man. Fucking hell, man. He needs a spanner. D.
Yeah, man.
No, well, I think D's got. You know what? I think D's got a spanner. I'm not going to give that fucking AI channel a spanner. I think he'll survive anyway.
So, Ben, did any of those floods affect you over in Spain? Did you guys have really bad weather recently?
Yeah, it's been raining a lot, but no, I've not been affected here. It's just been like the east of Spain, Valencia. I mean, it's like massive protests. I mean, it's huge protests today in Spain about it. But
do you know what I find hilarious, Matrix? That fucking in Spain they've got a lot of protests against British tourism. They're like, no more tourism, no more Brits. And see, after these floods, I bet they wish fucking kind of like the outsiders would help them. You know what I mean? It's like, fucking help us. We're fucking kind of like, it's like the Spanish were actually protesting against British tourism. And now I bet you they wish they were fucking helping them.
Right. Yeah. I mean, there's some. It's like I think it's the Canary Islands that something like that's the people are against the tourists because it's just overwhelmed with tourists. I mean, it's like a small place. This is like thousands of people going in. You know, but I mean, that's not really the real problem. I mean, it's the migration and all that shit that's going on.
The thing is, British tourism is different from like illegal immigration. Like usually when you got British expats going abroad, they've usually got money. They're going to buy a expensive property, maybe spend a lot of money to get it done up, use it as a holiday home, stuff like that. That's totally different for like thousands of immigrants coming into your country and fucking up like housing, economy, shit like that. Like, I don't know why the Spanish are protesting against British tourists. Can like British tourists put money into the economy? Like illegal immigrants take away for fucking like the Spanish should be fucking protesting against illegal immigrants, no fucking British tourists that want to buy a property. Because
I think it's a mix. You know, some people are like that, but I think it's like in places where you've got tourism, which is an overload, and people go there just to party and act crazy, and the British can be a bit like.
Are you in Lanzarote?
Sorry, second.
Are you in Lanzarote?
No, in southern Spain.
Southern Spain.
Yeah.
So you're in like what's Granada? Granada, southern Spain?
Yeah, in that sort of area, yeah.
Oh.
From there.
Nice
Malaga.
place.
Near the Malaga area. Yeah, but I'm not the Trump man. I mean, this is fucking Trump. I mean,
Trump. What
have we
the
to it?
fuck? He's a
He grew
pedo,
his
man.
he grew his fucking ear back, dude. He went on Rogan. You saw that shit? Rogan asked him, "So what happened?" And he goes, "Yeah, look." And he turns his head to the side and like points at his ear, and it's just perfect. And he didn't even show it. Like the camera was right there. He could have totally like just leaned in a little bit and gave you a clear shot. But it's like, oh yeah, it's great, it's fine, it's great, it's huge. Yeah, it's gonna be great.
People have got such short memories, man. I can remember like that happening, and no one really fucking talks about it anymore. And like you said, like fucking, where's his ear? It's still there. It's still fucking. He goes shot in the side of the head. Come on, that was a fake. That must have been a fake assassination attempt. Definitely.
Dude, I woke up that morning and my brother, he was in a different country, and my brother just messaged me. He's like, "Yo, what do you think about this Trump shit? It looks fake as fuck." I didn't even know what he was talking about. Like I hadn't gotten on the internet yet that day. You know, I was unaware. And then I saw it, and I'm like, no fucking way. Like, this is it. This is what you guys did. And what's hilarious is all the, like, anti-Trump people, all the lefties and stuff who don't think anything on the news is ever fake. You know, everything is legit.
Real.
They're all like, oh, it's a hoax. Oh, look, it's a hoax. I was like, what? You guys do hoaxes now? Like, what else? What else do you know about? You know, is this the only hoax in history right now, or what? Like, let's talk about it. Like, no,
the left has become
he's trying to win an election. Yeah.
They become. I mean, what have the left become?
Convenient
they're not even the left,
conspirators.
are they? There's just some normie TV brain propaganda biased globalist.
I agree 100% with what Jed was saying earlier about how they just took. So, like, if you were just a moderate
centrist.
Yeah, dude. But like back in the day, so like in the 90s, like leftist wasn't insane. Right? It was very basic. It was just like,
I
let
thought I
people
was
do
a
what they
leftist.
want.
I like to smoke weed. I like to fucking be a bit liberal. Fucking.
And I think it's very deliberate how over the last 20 years they just pushed the left to the brink of absolute fucking insanity, brainwashed a bunch of people into the new like cult ideology. But then what it's gonna do is it's gonna have a balancing effect where it like accidentally radicalizes people that don't want anything to do with a lot of the shit that these people are.
It's not accidental, man. It's not fucking accidental.
No, it's by design. Absolutely, yeah. But I'm saying accidentally for them. They feel like, oh, what the fuck? I can't do this anymore. So now you have to bounce to the other team. And there's this group already like built in. It's created for you. It has its own identity. It's like, that's the thing. I've tried, like in the last 4 years or so, if someone asks you, oh, you know, they bring up any topic, right, in casual conversation, and you don't even have to give your opinion. You could just suggest something, and that person is gonna assume to know your position on every other topic that you haven't even talked about yet. Like if they ask you, oh, how many PCR tests did you do during COVID? I said 0. They're like, oh, what are you, some Trump supporter? I'm like, bro, I'm Kuwaiti. I'm not even American. I don't vote for American politics. Like, no, I'm not. I don't support politicians in my own country. I'm going to go support politicians in another, you know what I mean? Like,
exactly, mate. Exactly.
But they do. They're oh, you're a flat earther. That's the thing with flat earther too. Like, I might not think Earth is a globe, but I'm not rocking this flat earther title because of the assumptions that come with it. It's that. It's Trump supporter. It's fucking. There's just a list of things. And these
white supremacist, right?
Yeah, white supremacist, because I think that like, I'm like, give the white people a fucking break too. You know what I mean? So everyone's like, oh, what? You must be racist. I'm like, who am I racist to? Who? I just said leave people alone. Isn't that what your guys' mantra is? I'm like, you might be the racist. You know what I mean? It's just a lot of hypocrisy and identity politics, but I feel like all of these like countercultures and stuff, they've all been created, dude. Like, we don't give enough credit to people's internet addiction in general for the last 10 years, and then the potential for them to have been, you know, like the intelligence agencies to be on 4chan, in these fucking YouTube chats, like creating Facebook groups and creating like these mini cults, you know, and having people just file in based on their other beliefs. So like every time you see this group form and they put a fucking label on it, or they wear some kind of hat you know, we got the MAGA hats, or we got a fucking color that we wear. It's like, I'm not in your gang.
It's
What
so
is
corny, man. It's so
Yeah.
fucking corny and cheap.
Yeah.
Like, come on, we're not falling for that shit. We're conspirators. We're not falling for that shit, man.
Yeah, we shouldn't though. Like, so many people fell for the Trump one specifically that I was like, God damn. But that whole QAnon psyop to me was like a psyop designed for people who know what psyops are. So it's like, it's next level. It's like, it's you're trying to loop in the people who already feel like they're onto something that the rest of the world isn't onto. You know what I mean? So now they create this whole fucking identity for you, and just like a bunch of sheep, everybody just files in. And I'm like, wait a minute, guys, this is a setup. It's very obvious, you know. And then the January 6th happened,
you
and
are
they're
fucking spot on.
They still do it though. You know what I mean? And it's like, okay, some people love that, bro. It's like the same people that love to go get drunk and go to a football game and then fight other people who are supporting another team. Mind you, none of these people are playing actual football. They're just drinking. And then by the end of it, they're getting in a fight about millionaires kicking balls. But this is the exact same thing. It's like you're getting in a fight about millionaires debating on stage on CNN.
I'll tell you this, man. In America right now, if you're on the left, it's basically inherently part of it being on the left is this silent racism against white people. Like, that's like the common thread between all of them.
They're not even silent about it.
Maybe that's what they want you to think.
It's being taught in universities. Like, they're not silent at all.
They're not silent. Yeah,
they're teaching in academia. University campuses are teaching kids that white people are born racist. It's almost a genetic trait. It's something you have to shun. You have to denounce it. So then all these people who have this fucking guilt in them now, they're being roped into this identity politics of, I have to join and I have to make myself known. I'm a fucking ally. I'm an LGBTQI support. I'm a white man for Harris. It's like they'll do whatever they can just to not meet the wrath of the bigger group. You know what I mean? No, please. I'm a good guy. I'm not racist. It's like, you shouldn't have to ever prove that. Just don't be a fucking racist. It's very easy. Like, if you have anything to do in your day, you're not racist, bro. Like, I got shit to do. What the fuck? Like, I'm gonna go fight people who look different than me. Like, no, I have a job to go to. I gotta pay these bills. There's too much shit going on for me to just be racist. You know what I mean? Now I like to do it out of like spite. Like, I like to make racist jokes and watch people get super worked up, and and just be like, it's just jokes. Like, it's harmless, bro. I would never, like, I'll sit. What the fuck is wrong with you? Like, you think I'd hang a Chinese guy if he came over to my house right now? Like, what are we even talking about?
The reason you get that reaction from people is because the thoughts of anti-whiteism are always brewing in the back of their mind somewhere. Even if they don't like it, it's still brewing in there. And then there's all these people of different races that like tell people of their own race, like, you need to hate whitey because XYZ.
Yeah,
you need to hate
that. Well, the thing is, see if you're talking about anti-whiteism, you just look at America. That's anti-whiteism. But look at Japan. They're trying to actually make this appealer to look like white people. I mean, it's like they actually adore the white man. Like, they think that if the paler the skin, the more successful you'll be in your career or whatever. Can, like,
Michael Jackson.
Well, like Michael Jackson. Well, whatever, skin disease. I don't care. But it's just America and Britain and the Western societies that actually push this anti-white. If you look at any other country, like they actually look at white people. Even Nigeria. I was watching a documentary, right? And in Nigeria, in certain parts of Africa, Ghana, there's a diaspora. So there's certain black people going back to America, going back to Africa. There's this big, like, wavy, and they're getting called blacks for the African. And they're black Americans are getting called blacks, and they didn't understand why they're getting called blacks. And by Africans, they're like, we're coming back to our homeland, and they're calling us blacks. It's because the people that live there look at them as like slaves. They were taking away slaves, and so they're getting sort of discriminated against because I don't know if you've seen this whole thing, this diaspora, like, there's a lot of black Americans that are going back to Ghana, going back to certain countries, and they're getting discriminated against because they're black Americans. And the Africans actually looked down on them.
Yeah, come to
Because
find
they
out,
were
not
taken away
everybody
as
with the same
slaves.
skin tone is the same, right? Like we're different people. Like your environment, your culture, like there's a lot of things that
Exactly.
shape
It's like
that. Yeah.
it's like you've been in America for hundreds of years. Can did he come back to Africa and think you can fucking live here and be the top of society? You're actually
Yeah.
the bottom of society.
Yeah.
And a lot of them are getting murdered and stuff when they go back over. I'm sorry, I'm not laughing, but it's like these people think they can become successful in America, black Americans, and go back to Africa and live there like kings, and they're getting treated like second-class citizens by their own people because they see them as blacks. And they're like, why are they calling us blacks? Because the whites called them blacks when they're over there. Oh, it's such a strange dichotomy. It's such a weird thing.
They keep changing the fucking language too, right? So before it was considered, like when I was a kid, like in when we were taught about the racist history of America and stuff, it was like they used to call black people colored, right?
Yeah.
So that was derogatory. That was like saying the N-word or something. That was like colored people, like what you call people colored?
No,
That's
over
fucked up.
here it was the PC way to call black people. You weren't allowed to say black. You
But that's
had
what
to
I'm
say
saying.
colored.
And now, in this accepted racism against, it's like they want, for whatever reason, the cultural subversionists, the dudes with the little fucking
Little hats.
they made people of color, bro. They did POC, and people call me. They're like, "Oh, you're people of color." I was like, "Don't ever fucking call me that, man. That's weird. That's like you're putting me in a group.
You're a Caucasian, mate.
Phase.
If you go to your ancestry, you're a Caucasian, mate.
Yeah, my skin is pretty fucking light. Like they call me
No. If you go back far enough,
I don't even. It's relative. I don't get it. But they say people of color, and like that literally just means like people
not
of
white,
non-European descent. Yeah, and why is that cool? Like this is the people who claim to be fighting against racism all the time. And it's like you guys are
the word Aryan comes
racism.
to Iran, like Iranians.
Yeah.
Like they see themselves as Caucasians. Like they don't see themselves as black or Middle Eastern. They see themselves more like white people, Iranians, because they see themselves as Aryans.
Yeah,
like the original Caucasians.
There. Yeah.
Face, are you Persian?
That's cool. Am I what?
Are you Persian?
Half. My mom is Iranian.
Persians are more Caucasian than Arabs.
I'm half Arab, half Iranian, and they supposedly hate each other. Like my grandfather, my mom's dad was like very anti-Arab, dude. And then they moved to the States during the revolution. My mom met my dad over there in the States. So like his daughter married an Arab, you know what I mean? And it's like he's always kind of like he loved us and shit, but he was always like, don't mind them. They're halfies. Mutts. Yeah.
Let me ask you, Face, without revealing too much, if you don't want to, like, what's your situation? How are you like in Kuwait? You served in the U.S. military?
No way.
No, I'm a Kuwaiti citizen, dude.
Oh, like so you served in
my dad's Kuwaiti, my mom's Iranian.
Did you serve in the Kuwait military?
No, I've never been in the military.
Oh, okay. Or I guess you just survived 2 wars, is what you're saying earlier.
Yeah. I lived. I lived here through the invasion, like the first Gulf War.
Okay, and but before that you were raised. You were raised in the States, though. Before that, though.
Yeah, for like a couple of years. My dad was finishing up, like he was studying out there. He was finishing up his master's degree. I was like 2 years old when they moved. My older sister was born in the States. Like we moved they moved back here, then they moved back there when I was like 2, and we came back like when I was like.
Phase, I've got to say, you sound like an American, man. You sound like a fucking American.
Yeah. I went to American like schools and stuff too, but yeah, it's because it's mostly what I consume, dude. Like I read more books in English than I ever did in Arabic. So there was better material and stuff.
You only speak English to people on the internet, though, right?
No, I speak.
You
English
have
like
people,
my family and stuff.
Oh, but are there other locals around you in your neighborhood and stuff that also speak English, or people you see in the city or anything?
Yeah, everybody speaks English, bro.
Face,
Oh, really?
can I ask you a question? Does the people around you in your vicinity think that you are like a sort of
Elite?
half-bred, like an sort of
It
mix?
more so before, more like in the 90s, yeah, for sure. Like even during the Gulf War, they used to call me Fsail Enrique, like the American. Like they'd say my
Right.
name and they'd call me like the American kid, you know. But
Wasn't that
with
hard to
time,
deal
now
with?
it's
Like,
more of a
because
melting pot. Like kids now, all the kids speak better English. Like in my country, most of them speak better English than they do Arabic, like proper Arabic, just because like that's what, you know, the fucking internet they consume and stuff like that, you know, all the stuff they watch is in English.
What's the job
And
market like? What's the job market like? The job scene in your area?
I mean, it's pretty much the same as anywhere. And how do you mean? Like,
No, like any kind of like, are there shipping jobs? Are there like construction jobs? Like, what's going on there?
yeah, man, there's everything.
It's everything normal. It's like a really westernized place.
Yeah,
Oh, okay. I'm just curious. I just want to know these things about you.
big time. Yeah, dude, it's like we're a colony, man. That's what every fucking they brought freedom here. You know, like we were colonized by the Brits. Then they gave us our independence, just like they gave like 99% of the world's countries their fucking independence. Everybody has an Independence Day from the Brits, right? And
Yeah.
then again, they did this psyop. Like I lived through the fucking Gulf War, and then like when I was in my mid 30s, I listened to Bill Cooper talk about a fucking book that came out in the 80s that detailed the plans to invade Kuwait. Like the fucking thing that I lived through. And it was an invasion. It was a ground invasion. There were Iraqi soldiers that took over the streets. They patrolled all the streets. They changed the names of all the areas overnight. Overnight, we started using Iraqi currency. It was just the weirdest 8 months ever. But it was, you were invaded by this foreign army that was totally like allowed, you know. It was all part of a plan. And then America comes and like saves the day. They like liberate us. George Bush Sr. becomes a fucking hero. He's considered like one of the greatest men to ever live in my country. Like when he died,
no way.
When he died, you could Google this. Google George Bush on the Kuwait Towers. Like when he died a couple years back, they projected his image onto like our national monument and said like bye, goodbye, Baba Bush.
We never seen that over here, man. We never seen that shit over here. We never seen projections of fucking Kuwait. Like that's crazy, man.
Yeah,
I've heard
that guy because they thought that he came and saved us from this like brutal fucking invasion, but it was a business deal. Like immediately after that, so it's been 30 years since that happened. But we have like 2 U.S. military bases here. We're essentially like the 52nd state. Like we have 1,000 Starbucks and McDonald's and every U.S. corporate like fast food, dude. Name a thing that we don't have. We have every single fucking.
You're a pop cunt.
Dude, it's the States. Like if you came here, it would look like a weird city in the States to you. You'd just be like, wait, there's things that are off, but like businesses and stuff, yeah, you'd just be like, wait. What?
Someone was saying in the chat earlier that where you live is people have like house servants. Are you like an elitist with like house servants and shit?
I'm not. Yeah. If I was, I probably wouldn't be here. But yeah, they do. They don't consider it like slavery. It's like the same idea of like what's it called? Like cheap labor in the States. So like how people have like housekeepers and stuff, and they're all like Mexicans or gardeners or whatever. It's the exact same, but they come from India and Philippines and like.
They get paid. They're not straight up servants. They just have.
They come, but they're like their contracts are shitty. But it's like the money here, for whatever reason, we have the strongest currency in the world.
Kuwait does.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, bizarre, but like just the translation. So like if someone from the Philippines comes to work here, like you could tell by the jobs that they do online. If you go on Fiverr and stuff, like Southeast Asia is known to like take work for lower rates, so like to them it's worth it, I guess.
Is the oil industry completely fucking massive there?
Yeah.
Yeah, right. I mean, that's like the whole thing, right?
It's our main export. You know,
Okay.
they don't
Yeah.
even produce gasoline here. Like we have cheap gas, but it's processed or refined or whatever the fuck they do with it in Saudi Arabia.
And there's no internet blockage where you live?
The main
There's-
service providers block out shit like porn and stuff, but like anything is accessible to like a VPN. So it's like you just
Oh,
they
okay.
block out random shit too. Like 4chan was blocked here for whatever reason. I was like, I wonder why. Like someone, yeah.
What
Like if you're not
is
on
it
a
like?
VPN, you can.
Is it like a? How often are there elections for like the president's seat and shit?
There's no presidency, man. It's a constitutional monarchy. They have a parliament. It's the same fucking European system. Basically, they gave it to us here. So like countries in Europe that claim constitutional monarchy, and they say, oh, you know, like it's just a figurehead, and the real power like is in our democracy and our constitution and our fucking parliament, and go vote. And the hilarious thing is like the dude, the emir, who's like the king, he has the authority to like dissolve parliament at any given moment, and it's happened several times. It happens all the fucking time actually. So like last year we had elections. It was time for like parliamentary elections, and they used every fucking company here, every bank. They ran these ads about like they just did these very like high quality, like overproduced fucking commercials that were almost like movies about how it's your national duty to vote, and like, oh, your vote is everything. It's the same shit they do in the States, right? Like vote or die, motherfucker. Like that exact stuff. They were doing it here, and I never voted in my life, and I never will. So I was just like, yeah, I'm not doing it. But I was bombarded every day on YouTube alone with like 50 ads to just go and vote, and how important it is and how meaningful it is. And literally they voted and everyone did their thing. And a month later, parliament was dissolved, and we still don't have a parliament. So as of right now, there is no parliament in Kuwait. There hasn't been since the last elections, which is like, it's pretty funny to me. But like the irony is missed on most people.
Is there like a progressive wing and a conservative wing?
They're mostly conservative, but like they find little shit to bicker about, man. There's just a lot of corruption, and it's the same shit all over the world, to be honest. It's these fucking guys that like they vie for power, and they just want to be, you know, they believe in that political hierarchy. They understand that they have superiors, but they want to have authority over like common man, just the guy who doesn't give a fuck about politics and actually wants to see the country improve, you know.
How in your local area where you go and interact with your life, like going to work and going out to, you know, eat and do whatever you do, are the women like hijabs or completely Western or somewhere in the middle?
Both, yeah. They could do whatever.
Oh, okay. Do you see a lot of like hyper conservative full hijab girls or no?
Yeah, for sure.
Lance Ripper is asking, can Fase drink whiskey and smoke weed while betting on the camel races on TV?
I mean, legally I can't, but like just like anywhere else in the world, like you were saying earlier, as soon as they make something illegal, a black market creates itself. And actually, the American military was like notorious for being the weed runners here. Like I told you, that we got 2 military bases in '91. So there hasn't been a war or any kind of conflict since, but they're still here, you know. And there's American soldiers coming in and going out all the fucking time. They're like huge. They're the bases. They're like cities essentially.
33 years ago, huh? 33 fucking years ago.
Oh yeah, look at that. Yeah, nice. Yeah.
So what's the average temperature over there right now?
Oh, now it's beautiful. We get like 3 months of really nice weather.
So is it like summer over there? Are you like? Is it on the equator, Kuwait, or fucking like? Are you going to winter, or is it still summer, or fucking? What's the weather over there like? Is it still northern hemisphere? Are you like going into winter right now?
Face is in trouble.
Like,
oh, what? Can you not hear me? Sorry, I just switched off the thing. Could you not hear me?
No, I was just asking. Is it like, see, right now in Australia, it's going into fucking like summer. Like here, it's going into winter. Like where are you right now? And like
we're northern hemisphere, so like yeah, it's winter. It's going into winter now.
So what's the average temperature like daytime?
It's not cold yet, but it's beautiful. Like to me, this is the weather I like. It's like 19 Celsius.
Oh, that's nice, man. See,
Yeah.
that's like full blown summer over here.
Oh shit. That's yeah. Okay. Yeah. No.
Like
Winter,
19,
winter
20
will hit
degrees.
down.
That's hot over here.
If it was like this all year, this would be the best. Like to me, that's the best time.
It's
And
like
even when it's crazy
good
cold,
heat. That's a good temperature. That.
yeah, if you go in the middle of the desert though, in like December or January, it'll be fucking cold, like way lower, like single digits. But yeah,
I'm glad you came up, man.
yeah, man. I didn't expect this to turn into.
You
an
still a
interview.
flat earther?
That's a weird. In like define it. I don't know what the
mean,
fuck Earth is. I just don't think it's a globe. That's for sure.
Do you not
Globe
think
is
it's a
fucking
globe?
stupid.
I think it. Right. Do you know what? I've got
Heliocentrism is fucking stupid,
mixed. I've got a mixed sort of thing. I've got like I believe we live in a globe, but I don't believe we can get out of it.
Yeah, enclosed system. I mean, prove it. Like, just they could if they wanted to prove it, because they just sent the fucking NASA Parker solar probe to. It went to the solar corona, dude. It touched the fucking sun. They sent the thing 90 million miles away, and then it sent them back stuff too. I'm like, what internet connection is that using? Whatever, who cares? But they claim to do that, so I'm just like, if you're doing that, a full 4K movie from Earth, like from whatever it is in Florida or Texas or wherever the fuck they launch, to the moon. I want the full video, dude, uncut. Turn the camera back down, point at Earth the whole way. Like this should have already been done. So yeah, it's just retarded. No one's leaving. No one goes.
So Fase, what happened to that ginger bird? What was her name? You had a
Rusted Soul, bro. Why does
rusted,
everyone think...
Rusted Soul, man? She was pretty hot, man. Like, what happened with her?
What do you? I don't know what happened with her. She has a child. She lives in Ohio, I think. She got real mad at me once on the internet, and then like I was just like, all right.
She was a cute, like, sort of bird, but
she's a ginger though, so she's got that fire in her naturally, right? She just wants to fight motherfuckers.
Hey,
so like she fought
ginger shit, man. My
on
son's a ginger.
That's what I'm saying, dude. They I don't know. There's something going on there. But there was a point in time where she fought with everybody on the internet, and it was just me and Ed left. And I was like, dude, you know our time is coming soon. Like, she's our homie, but like we're gonna get it one of these days. And sure enough, like I ended up getting it. She's like, oh, you fucking faggot this, and I don't take that shit from women. Like, you're gonna sit and call me a faggot a bunch of times, and like on the internet, and what I'm supposed to like argue back with you? I just kind of cut her off.
Face, you
like,
faggot, bend over.
Yeah, dude, it's just like I'm not 13, you know, and if you're a girl, like you're not even my wife. Like, who are you? Like, I'm not gonna argue with you. Stop it.
There was something nice about her, though, eh?
Huh?
There was something nice about her.
Yeah, she's a sweetheart, man. She gets really worked up sometimes over dumb shit, and that's kind of just what happened. Like, she was, it wasn't even serious. Like, when she freaked out on me, she was on a panel with Nick. Remember Nick, the Russian dude?
Fucking Nick. Nah, I can't remember the Russian dude,
Nick,
man.
He's just a nice guy. He's we talked to him. And they were on. I guess it was like PPC or one of those channels that just used to like live stream 24/7 and anyone could just jump on at any time. And I heard them talking, dude. I was at my computer, I was working, and I was listening to them. And then I heard them have like a miscommunication. Like they were talking to each other, and then they started like arguing about something, but they were both arguing about different points, and they didn't realize it. So I just jumped in. They're both my friends. I just got on. I was like, hey, guys, by the way, I think you're fucking up. Like, you're not on the same subject anymore. I don't even remember what it was. But it had something to do with, like, politics or some dumb shit, whatever the fuck was happening at the time.
Did you hear the argument between
She's like,
did you hear the argument between Dell and Nathan?
Oh, no. Are they?
Oh, man, I played it on one of my streams before, but fucking Nathan ripped into Dell.
Yeah, fucking God.
Oh, no. Nathan made Dell look like a little fucking dweeb.
How?
It's the internet, because like if they met in real life, Dell
because Nathan's a big man behind a camera,
yeah,
you know what I mean? But if he and Dell's right, if he was standing in front of Nathan, fucking I met Dell. face to face, and he is some unit. The
He'd
guy,
throw him
would
over his shoulder, bro. Yeah, like,
the guy would fucking fold Nathan in half. You know what I mean? He would fold him in half, like without fucking
Backwards.
even trying. But oh my god, man, he made Dell look like a little fucking dweeb. He was like, "Come on, Dell, you've got your clenched fist. You want to punch me. You want to punch me because you can't prove that the Earth's moving." Because I think Dell's now gone with this narrative that the Earth's moving up, kind of like the Flat Earth Society, like
really weird, yeah.
So Dell's now got this idea that the Earth is actually moving, even though it's flat. You'll never say it's flat because I'll never fucking prove it's flat. Like, I've never said it's flat, but you can't prove it's globe. But anyway, Dell was trying to say the Earth's actually moving up, like the Flat Earth Society. Like, that's the original Flat Earth Society theory. Like, the Earth, like, to actually explain the theory gravity.
Yeah.
The Earth's moving up. So Nathan Oakley turned around and said, "Well, what about the clouds? What about the clouds, Dell? What about the clouds? Wouldn't the clouds be moving up? It doesn't even matter about the clouds." And he's like, "No."
And that's the thing, bro. Like, Nathan is such a fucking actor. Like, he doesn't even try to hide it, right? He's overly theatrical. You know that he's not getting that, like, that veins popping on his forehead fucking every day on some debate show for like 4 years straight. So you know that he's overdoing it. You know that he's performing for the crowd. And it just makes you wonder, like, why are these people still doing this? Like, why is it these characters? And then why are they fighting? Like, at some point, let's say me, you, VB, and Matrix here, like, we all got together every once in a while to shoot the shit. And we disagreed vehemently on, like, some things. Like, at some point, sure, we'll have it out. We'll bark at each other a little bit. But then if we keep hanging out with each other, we're just going to be like, all right, man, it's all good. Like, whatever. You believe what you want. I'll believe what I want. And we'll just, like, the most that'll ever happen is we'll tease each other about it. But we're not going to be fucking screaming at each other forever,
exactly,
right? Like, something's got to give eventually. You got to humble yourself. Be like, I don't know. And that's okay.
Exactly.
I'm still interested. I want to learn. Like, I'm curious. All that stuff. You don't have to.
That's why I was never accepted. I was never accepted into the ball Earth, and I was never accepted into the flat Earth because I was always in the middle.
Yeah.
And I was always because with the flat Earthers, I was like, no, the Earth's not flat. But with the ball Earthers, I was like, NASA is fucking bullshit. I mean, so I was always in that middle where no one liked me.
Exactly. I got that too, but for a different reason. So, like, for the flat Earth reason, it's that thing I was talking to you earlier about how there's like these identity groups online, right? So the flat Earth cult online has these figures that they look to as leaders. So it's like Dell, Jeranism, fucking whoever, Bob Nodell. Some people like Mark Sargent, and I'm just
Rest
like,
in peace.
Dude, from day one, all of these people were insanely suspect to me. And with time, all they did was more suspect shit. Like, none of them made themselves look any better as time passed. They all did more, like, weirder and weirder things as the years passed. So, like, it was validating my feeling that, like, these guys are fucking weird. Of course. And like, my whole thing already from just, like, conspiracy land and not fucking with politics is that I don't have heroes, man. Like, the first step to figuring out some stuff.
It's idolatry, mate. Like, that's what it's what you call idolatry.
Yeah.
And you start holding people up above you like idols.
Yes, bro. Exactly. And that's probably why it's against most religions, because I think the idea is that you're supposed to be your own hero. Like, no one's going to do the work for you. No one's going to give you all the answers. If you want answers, you should seek them out yourself. And even if people tell you claim to have the answer, that doesn't mean that they do. You know what I mean? It's like, thank you for that piece of information and move the fuck on. Like, you have work to do. It's not, no one's going to save you. No one's going to fucking just give you the truth of reality on like a silver platter. Here you go. Thanks. You found my YouTube channel. Here's all the truth of the universe. It's like, no, dude, you have work to do. It's your
That's
experience.
what I probably learned from a flat Earth phase, that you could take bits and pieces from the flat. Like I said, I thought the flat Earth was brilliant. I thought certain people within the flat Earth had brilliant ideas. Brilliant. The fact that they questioned the moon landings, they questioned NASA. I was right on line with that. I was loving that. I was like, fucking, I'm with you on that, man. But then there were certain things that were going with. I was like, can like, because I was going out and do my own stuff. I was trying to look at ships coming over and rising and fucking. So it was like,
Yeah.
I could never find my place within the flat Earth or the ball Earth. I was always
That's good, man. That's good. That means you're winning. Like, honestly, if you don't settle into the group, I think you win. Like, we need to go back to some.
But you don't win when you come up when you're a YouTuber, because you didn't get anyone from anywhere.
Yeah, no,
because certain people I think were like
preaching that. No one on YouTube gets on and tells people to be an individual. They just want you to subscribe and like the channel and like support me. And this is our group, guys. You know, it's like, cool, man. If people like to listen to you talk, why don't you spread that message that maybe they need to be their own person? Like, it's, you know, don't always don't jump from group to group, or do that till you figure out that like none of them are going to have all the answers for you. And that's their problem with me. So like Flat Earth, I was totally down from what was it, like summer of 2016. But from then I was saying, look, these people, I don't trust them.
I was before that phase. I was like 2015, I think, or 14.
Yeah.
Maybe the end of 14 to 15. Like, I can remember kicking about the Flat Earth and you weren't around, and then suddenly
probably.
Like maybe VB was around before me, and maybe Matrix was around before me. But I can remember Phase. You were quite a new Phase that sort of popped in. Like, I was like, holy shit!
And then
like,
so all the Flat Earthers started calling me Fake Flatty because I wasn't like worshiping at the altar of fucking Mark Sargent and stuff, you know. And it's like, stop it, dude. And then they had those guys. Remember, there was like What was it? Like Flat Earth Reset. There were these dudes that would
Flat
make
Earth
like
Reset.
Right? Was that the dude that would make, hey, y'all, welcome back to the channel. We're good. Like, he would just shit on those people.
Yep.
They were like considered villains, but everything they said was true. Like,
do you know what? See, Jeronism. I quite like Jeronism. See, Jeronism. I actually quite liked a lot of his stuff. Kind of like his anti-NASA stuff. I loved it, man. And there was a guy called actually before I actually got really involved in the Flat Earth, there was a guy called Learn of the Jesuit Order.
Right.
Can you remember him?
Yeah.
Learn of the Jesuit Order. He was a guy that used to go and rants about the fucking fake space. You know, he wasn't a flat earther, but he used to go on about how NASA used to fake all this shit, man. And I was like, holy shit, man, I'm down with this guy, man. He's fucking on it. He used to show the hairsprayed hair and all that shit. I was like, holy shit, this guy is on it, man. Fucking, he's pointing out all the fucking fraudulent stuff within NASA. And I'm down with that, man, because the thing is, Americans don't realize that it comes out of their taxpayers' fucking pocket to fund this shit. They're paying for this shit. So if you can point out a fraudulent they shouldn't be paying for this. I mean, they'd be actually better off knowing that this is fake. That's in my eyes.
People can't afford groceries. Bro, people had their entire fucking lives just wiped out in North Carolina, and they said, here's $750 if you get on the app.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, they wouldn't even fucking imagine they just had a budget of $50 million every day that they could spend on a hurricane relief or whatever. Like, everyone would be good. They'd rebuild cities in a fucking weekend, and it would be great.
Exactly,
but
mate.
Like, so, let's go get a picture of the sun from.
Do you know what? See a lot of the stuff that the Flat Earthers were doing and saying, and even though I didn't agree with the shape, a lot of the other stuff they were talking about, I was fucking down with it, mate. I was like, fucking, they're right. They are fucking right. But because they did go on about the shape too much, it kind of took away from the other stuff that they were saying. And I was like, fuck.
The Flat Earth was fun. The Flat Earth was fun in the beginning. And then people took it way too seriously.
Aye.
You know, that's what I think.
They did the cult, man. They did a cult.
I mean, it's a fascinating subject. I mean, we're all supposed to be truth seekers. That's what got us into this. You know, in 2015. You know, and
so when Jed was introduced to me, it was through John LeBon.
Oh, John
John
LeBon.
LeBon.
I just subbed him. Do you know what? See, after all these hangouts, I was looking for John LeBon, and I realized I'm not subbed him. I must have unsubbed him because I was just getting sick of the guy.
No.
But I've subbed him again because he's still doing videos. Like his latest video is like a week old or some shit. So
Yeah, but that channel that you subscribed to was a new one because his original old school one got deleted because he had the Ariana Grande video. And it
I
got
mean
mad.
that. Because it was like 7,000 subs or something I had, and now the new one's only got like fucking 5,000 or something like that, or
Yeah,
2,000.
that one's from like 2018 or some shit or something.
What put me off John LeBon was the whole fucking try to bend your arm to go on his website.
Yeah.
Like you can get my stuff on my website, like fucking like it's like he was trying to bend your arm to subscribe to his fucking website, and that's what I didn't like about John LeBon. Like there was a monetary fucking thing behind him. And he did want to make money at the same time. Like with me, I didn't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I'm actually a YouTube fucking like partnership and there's a few more stages I have to go through to become to make money, and I could make money off this, but do you know what? Do you know what? If I'm going to make money off this, I have to stay clean cut and stay fucking like PC. And do you know what? I don't want to be PC. I don't want to be clean cut. I'd rather no make money and still have these fucking hangouts where we can see what we want.
Yeah.
To me,
Well,
that's more value. To me, it's more value than what a tenner a video or whatever it is. It's fucking nothing. It's nothing.
So Jed, John LeBon tried to pit you against me in basically into a debate or into a fight. But then when you and I met, we decided that we were cool and that we liked each other, and so we became friends instead. Because
exactly.
it was because of the fact that you might have been anti-globe, but you were not a flat earther per se, and I was definitely saying that I was a flat earther, and everybody else who was saying that they were a flat earther at the time, they would see you as with your half doubt that you have, you're tempting into the flat earth realms, but like you're anti-globe, but you're not flat earth, and they would say that you're on the dark side, you're the enemy.
See the first person that could see that about me about me was Martin Leakey. He was like,
Okay.
Jed, I fucking respect Jed. Martin Leakey used to Martin Leakey was one of my first subscribers.
Me too.
Because
they cloned him.
He could see that I wasn't exactly a flat earther, but I wasn't a fucking ball earther either. See all these fight the flat earth and Simon Dan. These guys, see if they were around me, I'd rather sit with flat earthers than sit with these fucking dweebs. I'd rather sit with open-minded people that are willing.
They're just normies. They're just fucking normies, no matter.
Oh, they're just fucking normies, and they just do my fucking head in.
No, they're grifters, man. There's no way like a normie would want to argue that much about something that they know is absolutely true.
Exactly.
Like if you thought someone was denying basic reality, I get why you would maybe argue with them once or twice, but then to make an entire career out of it, like your entire online persona is dedicated. You literally called Fight the Flat Earth. Like that's what you got going for you. You know what I mean? That's fucking crazy. What were you doing 3 years ago? Yeah,
imagine naming your channel "Fight the Flat Earth."
Yeah,
that is pathetic. It's like naming your channel "Fight." I'm struggling to think of something right now, but fucking fight.
Deny Bigfoot.
Fight the alien conspiracy.
Fight alien conspiracies.
Yeah,
it's
like
there's
whatever.
always going to be
and
people that
argue with
believe in aliens
motherfuckers
and shit.
aliens.
You're just pathetic. You are fucking pathetic. You're going for low hanging fruit. You know what I mean? It's like, and you're trying to build your channel on that.
That guy, Fight the Flat Earth specifically, he had a failed gaming channel right before. So him and his wife or girlfriend or whatever, it's still there. Someone showed it to me on YouTube once. Like he had this really small fucking gaming channel that never took off. And then he's like, oh, what's this? He stumbled across Flat Earth one day, decided to change the whole, just pivot his fucking YouTube channel, completely and just hyper focus on this thing. And like a bunch of dummies, all the flat earthers went and gave him the views and they gave him the fucking rage, YouTube comments and fucking went in his live stream like, you you are a cultist of scientism, and they just did all the things. They felt superior to him, so they go give him the views, they give him the clicks. His channel fucking grows, and here we are 5 years later, and they're all still debating each other on a regular basis and making like anti-flat earther videos. Well. It's like, bro, I remember when normies, like actual normies who don't get involved in these conversations, they heard about flat earth, they laughed it off, and that was about it. Every once in a while, maybe every 2 years, they'll be like, oh, the guy's a flat earther. When is he going to fall off the edge? You know, and that's it. They just leave it at that. Like, no one is thinking about this shit beyond that, except the people who are. So, like, the fact that there's a group online that exists with its leaders and stuff, and then there's like there's like the villains of flat earth who have just been making exclusively flat earth content for 5 years, it has to make you suspect. Like, this is part of some intelligence.
People like that make me want to be a flat earther. Like, even if I didn't believe in the flat earth, people, just like we were saying, like, if you're a centrist and you get a certain ideology pushed on you and you go the opposite way, well, watching these guys like Fight the Flat Earth, Simon Dan, Conspiracy Cats, and guys like that, listening to them makes you want to go on the other side just to say, fuck you.
Exactly.
Fuck you. Even if I didn't agree with you, fucking everything they say, I didn't like you guys. So fuck you.
You're going to radicalize me into flat earthism.
Aye. So they helped the flat earth by radicalizing people.
Yeah, he should change his channel to support the flat earth.
Aye. If Fight the Flat Earth turned into, no, I believe in the flat earth.
Because they hate conspiracy theories. It's because they hate conspiracy theories. I mean, I think
conspiracy theories are for morons, apparently.
Oh yeah, I had a run-in with a couple of characters, like totally new. I haven't done the like just talk to complete strangers on the internet thing in a while. A couple months ago, like Hyena made a Discord server, and he just invited a bunch of us in there, and he always keeps it friendly with like both sides. Like, he was in every fucking Oakley chat, he was in every one of these things. He knew the whole scene, but everyone was cool with him. So the people who are fighting in the comments, like globe earthers and flat earthers alike, this guy would just be like, oh hey, how are you doing today? You know, he's a nice neutral guy. So when he made his server, he invited all these people, and the voice chat would have like 20 people in it, and I'd just be like, okay, what the fuck's going on here? Let me go check. And on a couple occasions, man, I was reminded of that personality type. The just anything that remotely strays from anything that you can look up on Wikipedia is fucking crazy, conspiracy theory, and they rage out. They rage like
Trump derangement syndrome. I mean, they've all got Trump derangement syndrome, haven't they?
Yeah, whether it's about politics, like you could say something very basic. Like, they tried to call me, like a bunch of them were the LGBTQ, just like they let it be known that they're like bisexuals and stuff. Like, I don't even know how the person looks like, because like you have an avatar that's like a cartoon or something, but then you already know like your political opinion, your sexual preference, all this weird like stuff that we don't need to even talk about. Like, I'm not gonna have sex with you. What the fuck are we talking about sex for ever? You know, like just a bunch of adults on the internet. But those people would rage out. I mean, and then they'd have a moment, because just based on what I was saying, they assumed I was a middle-aged white guy. And then I'm like, I'm not. Now what? Are you belittling me? And I started using their shit on them. I'm like, I'm a person of color. How dare you? You know, and then they're like, oh, I didn't mean it like that. And I'm like, no, you fucking idiot. Don't fall back just because I said that. Like, that's proof that you're retarded. Like, you're a slave to an ideology that is not serving you in any way, dude. And you don't have to prove yourself. Like, all you have to do to be a decent human is actually be a decent human. Like, it's not about what team you pick ever, or what color skin is good and what color skin is bad. It's just like
these people have been driven crazy by the corporate media. Just
skin color. Skin color is very shallow. Skin color is very shallow. It's about your culture. You know what I mean?
Dude, it's about how you deal with people. Like, even if you actually disliked, like I can't, because I've seen it. I've seen actual racist people like interact with, you know, a person of the race that they supposedly dislike, and because everything's civil and respectful, that's it. Everything is fine. No one ends up hurt. No one leaves that situation worse off than they were. There's no fucking, you get what I'm saying? It's like he can feel however he wants to feel in his heart, but if you know how to act, like, you know how to respect people outwardly the way that you want to be respected, we'll be fine. We'll be fine. But you guys want to wear the colors and do all the fucking, put all the labels on, and before you even meet anyone. Like everyone's social media fucking bio says hashtag whatever, like whatever it is they are, you know, hashtag Republican, hashtag conservative, hashtag Democrat, hashtag Kamala, hashtag never Trump, hashtag MAGA, hashtag what. And it's like, why is that the first thing I should know about you? Like, who are you as a person? Do you have a personality?
Yeah, I think being this whole identity politics has brought people to the battle, actually, to the fight. And you kind of got to say that, you know, you got to stand up for what you believe in. And the people are representing, I mean, the whole world's spoken. America has spoken. I mean, it's just things have changed. I mean, what's happened with Trump winning is so miraculous. I mean, it's like the whole conspiracy theory, deep state. I mean, they've been beaten up here with the Trump's victory. I mean, it's incredible what's happening. I mean, he's going to, you know, do so many good things. I mean, first, the last 4 years of complete insanity. That Biden, I mean, oh my God, what the fuck, you know?
Yeah, it's only going to get crazier.
I mean, so Trump is just an Elon and free speech and against the deep state. They're going against all the agencies. I mean, it's you know, this is everything. You know,
the international.
I got into this over like a decade ago. That this is everything we've been fighting, and it's miraculous. Defeated the whole machine, the propaganda machine. You know, I think Trump's the real deal person. I've watched him since, you know, the pandemic, and I just can't believe his work ethic. Everything he's been through. I mean, he's just fucking hero to me. I've never seen anything like it. It's a magical fucking story, and you know, it's not perfect, but I mean, it's what an amazing time. I mean, for the truth was, I mean, Alex Jones. I mean, you know, he's with the Trump and Elon and the whole. I mean, some people don't like Alex Jones. I quite like him. Yeah, but I think it's just a fantastic time.
They're turning the frogs gay.
Party time, man.
The fucking
I mean,
frogs
Trump's
gay.
gonna, like, you say some amazing shit. You know? I mean, it's been 4 years of pure insanity. Every day, it's madness. You know, whatever it is, whether it's pull out of Afghanistan, all the war shit, World War III. I mean, open borders, madness. You know, it's just been, you know, I mean, thank God. I mean, it's like a miracle. I mean, that assassination, you know, attempt. I mean, it's extraordinary.
It's a great
that is just great. You know, it's just
with Trump, it's about the international diplomacy that he's able to do,
right. I mean,
and it helps everybody around the world's economy.
Like, he just scares the shit out of everyone. Like Trump actually scares people.
Well, yeah, you got to beat the bad guys into submission, and then all the shipping lanes can open up, and all the civilized world can have all of our goods shipped to us, so we can, like, you know, at least
you're too intelligent, bro. Listen, you're too intelligent for this shit. Like, I get it, but you gotta just let it go, man. The guy fucking clothesline Vince McMahon on WWF. Remember that? This is who we're talking about. Like, this isn't some fucking leader, bro. This is an actor. This is a lifetime actor. He's playing the role of the fucking millionaire real estate tycoon. He played himself in Home Alone.
Trump,
like little Kevin McAllister ran into him. Don't you remember when he was lost?
Was he in Home Alone?
Yeah, dude. 100%.
I can't even remember that shit.
Whenever Trump was in office last time, shit was nice. So whoever he has working underneath him, and all these little dark forces that he's in control of, he could be the evil emperor, whatever. As long as my fucking prices are low and all the shit that I need, I get it cheap, bro.
Yeah, absolutely. With that, I'm with you. Yeah, of course. Like, but this is the things. Like, I wouldn't attribute those changes to the person. It's like the system makes it appear that way. It's like he's responsible for this. He's a fucking. As long as these presidential candidates, as long as all presidencies come down to essentially two main candidates, either or, and As long as someone else is paying for their presidential campaigns, that someone else is literally funding their whole ability to go out in front of and campaign in front of tens and thousands of people for votes, that means the people that are paying are the ones who are running shit. This is their spokesperson. He's the face for the next 4 years.
He's their face.
Got JD Vance, bro. JD Vance was a never Trumper 4 years ago. Peter Thiel took him to Mar-a-Lago, and now he's the fucking vice president under Trump. Like, how does that even sit right with people, man?
He grew up, man. That was 4 years ago. He grew up. He's what, in his 30s, 40s?
He had a change of heart. Okay.
People open their eyes. Awakening can change their mind.
Think about how much good JD Vance can do under Trump. Now he like wised up and he fucking kissed the right ass. So good for him.
When Daddy Thiel and Silicon Valley technocrats decide, okay, this is our guy now.
Here's the beauty.
Here you go, Trumpy boy. Here's your VP. What do you think? I got this guy here. Check him out. He took him. You know that, right? He took him to Mar-a-Lago and introduced him to Trump personally. Peter Thiel of Incutel of Palantir, creating the fucking AI system bigger than that's gonna like enslave us all. Yeah, that's that motherfucker.
But bigger than that, Trump is the most right wing, the most conservative, the most extreme right wing, and that's not. And he's really not. But like, he's the most right wing that we've had contenders since like Pat Buchanan and shit, right? On the Republican side,
he's playing that role now. Absolutely, yeah, dude. But you don't think he's like?
But why do you think he won though? Because there's a real American sentiment, even amongst Puerto Ricans and blacks, that we're tired of this. We're tired of this ghetto shit. So that's the consent of America, is that we're tired of this ghetto shit, and we're tired of you trying to make communism a thing, and we're tired of you giving selective handouts that are actively racist as fuck against the still majority of what America is, white people. And they're like actively trying to attack. That's why Trump's regime fucking took force.
Bro, but that's why Trump. That sentiment is exactly what you call Trump's regime is exploiting. So that's the thing. If you're trying to create identity politics groups, how would you go by it? You would recognize the needs and the wants of the people, and you would exploit that to fucking the maximum extent, right? And it would look like two polar opposites. And that's what you have now. That's why everything seems so fucking insane. Because it's like the far left and the far right. You know, it's like no one's just like relaxed about certain issues anymore. They're all very radicalized about everything. It's like you're 100% all the way. You want to go fight your neighbor about it.
Yeah, I think it's a good time to be sort of being radicalized. You know, make a difference, make a stand. I mean, people all around the world, especially in Europe, like standing up to this tyranny, this globalist shit that they're putting out everywhere, infiltrating all these countries with like people from the third world and different cultures. It's crazy what they're doing. And people need to get off their arse and start speaking up and standing up and then making a difference. It is radicalizing,
because that has to happen on an individual level. Like that could never happen as a group. I think whatever the system is that actually controls this stuff, like everything that people call like reptilians or the quote unquote the elite or whatever. Like I don't consider you elite. Just saying elite makes it like they're better than, and it's like elitist maybe, like they think they're better than, but it's us when we sit and fight each other on their behalf. Like when you fight your neighbor about Donald Trump, and Donald Trump is a millionaire who doesn't know either one of you motherfuckers and doesn't care about either one of you motherfuckers, then they're winning and they have control over you.
Exactly.
So like I think whatever
it's about the culture. It's about the culture that Donald Trump is.
Absolutely.
It's about the culture.
I think whatever the ruling force is on Earth literally needs our participation. I think this is why they stress the importance of voting and our democracy so much. No, bro. Beyond that, like just on an energetic, maybe like a spiritual level or something, they need
a cultural
energy. They need you to participate. And if everyone just on their own time realizes that, hey, I'm just gonna sit this one out. Like, you're not getting my participation this round. I'm not gonna get mad. I'm not gonna freak out. I'm not gonna scream at my neighbor. I'm just gonna chill. And tomorrow is gonna be just like today was. It's just gonna be chill. If everyone did that,
you don't have to scream at your neighbor. You don't have to scream at your neighbor to be involved.
Yeah, you don't have to fight. Every country has that. Jed was just talking about. Jed was talking about the Scottish people like hating like Brits or vice versa and stuff. And if you look around the world, every country almost has a neighboring enemy country. We didn't draw these fucking borders, dude. It's the same lineage of people that made these countries. And then we self-identify into their groups that they created. Oh, I'm American. I'm whatever. This line says that I'm.
Yeah, no,
from
I
here.
think that's really important. I think our identity and nationalism and patriotism and things like that, I think that's a really good thing. Otherwise, you're like into this globalist nothingness, you know, meaninglessness, and that's where America
No, you would
and the
always
West
be
gone wrong. Is like you know, abandoning this like patriotism. You know, be proud of your nation. I mean, there's lots of.
I think what happened to be proud of it on a community level though? Like, how about the actual physical area in which you interact with? Like, the United States alone is fucking huge. It's like
you can't reason with lefties, so these woke people. So you know.
You know what I mean? What if everyone looked out for their community, their city, their thing like that? Be about that, you know. But like, why is a guy in like, what does a guy in Florida and a guy in Alaska have in common? Like, they're just both American and they're supposed to care about the same things. They live in different climates, dude. Like, their immediate needs on a daily basis are probably a little different. You know what I mean? And that's cool. Like, but you don't have to just wave one overarching flag to just be like this whole fucking area because some dudes decided 200 years ago that this is its own nation. I don't have a problem with being proud of your own local community. Like the people you actually interact with, your culture, your people, your actual neighborhood, you know?
The irony of the left, the irony of the left is that they say they want diversity, but then there's a matter of like tribal, local diversity. Like you said, like, you know, there's Indian people and then there's Southeast Asian people and then there's Chinese people and then there's Japanese people and then there's these kind of white people and those kind of white people and these kind of like, you know, Greek people and all these different things.
Yeah, the problem is that what's happening is the West is being invaded and destroyed, and that's what's been going on.
Yeah, so there's if they really wanted diversity, then they'd let Poland stay Polish and they'd let Britain stay British and they'd let America, you know, they'd let these countries stay with the people that actually comprise the actual race that's their tribal land, and that's real diversity. That's real diversity, but they don't want that. They want to interject diversity into the micro scale.
Injections, that's literally to cause friction, man. So you gotta recognize that play for what it is. It's like you're forcing a culture shock. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And they know it's the same end result. Like ultimately, the people will fight amongst themselves, and that's what has always been wanted by the controllers of.
But if these people are so proud of their Islamic culture and Islamic fucking all this shit, why not stay there and build that?
They do that shit in Europe. Yeah, they're like acting it up for the fucking cameras and stuff. I see that stuff that happens in like the UK and stuff. I'm like, that doesn't happen anywhere. It's not real. It's like you're going and you're putting on a show in a foreign
see if my country turned into one of these fucking shitholes like fucking in the Middle East, I would stay and try and fight for my country and try and make it better. I wouldn't want to fuck off to another country and then try and like push my culture on that country.
Exactly.
Like the saying goes, like when you're in Rome, can act like a Roman. You know what I mean? Like, but these people want to come over and change our fucking cultures. You know what I mean? It's like fucking, well, if you're so proud of your culture and you're proud of your country, stay fucking in your country and build it.
Yeah, I agree. And people are stupid too. My thing would be to question, why are the governments of these countries incentivizing mass fucking importation of like other people? You know what I mean?
To destroy the white race.
Exactly. Well, so then how can you turn around in the same vein and then say my government cares about me and I should go vote? It's like they don't. They're setting you up for disaster, man. They're setting you up for fucking internal strife and forever. So you never look at them. You're never like, you guys are the motherfucking problem. You're creating all these problems. Instead, let me go vote this guy into power. Let me go vote for the change. And it's like the change is predetermined, dude. It's not going to happen. Exactly. They'll promise you a bunch of stuff, you know, absolutely, to get, again, your participation and your vote. As long as you participate, you legitimize the system that makes Donald Trump the actor, the WWF wrestler. You make him a legitimate, he's the leader of the free world now.
I would say normally you might be correct You know, with like we're looking at history and the presidents we've had and the leaders we've had, the politicians we've had. But what's happened now is something extraordinarily different. You have someone going against the machine that we've seen in our lifetime. Never seen anything like it. You know, exposing the fake news, exposing the corruption. You know, I mean, it's just something extraordinary that's happened with Trump, and something that was so urgently needed because America is just absolutely being crushed and destroyed by the Democrats or globalists.
I think that's part of it, though, man.
People needed to vote for Trump. I mean, if Trump was in now, I mean, well, you know, it's just going to be the same.
I think what we're saying is flying right over your head, Matrix, because we're saying that these fuckers didn't matter. It doesn't matter what side you vote. It's still the same shit, and you seem to be making out that Trump is the next best. Again, is the best thing that's happened to us. It's
a fucking culture war, Jed. There's a fucking culture war happening in the West, especially in America, and it's a bad culture war, man. Where it's very uneasy, very fucking tense, just to go outside and live your life and interact with the public.
Look at Brand VB. Brand being flooded by fucking thousands of immigrants as well. It's the same.
So where's your rage? Why are you so sympathetic and saying that Trump can't be telling the truth?
Trump's not the leader in my country, mate.
Well, I know, but you're just like, you're just fighting for that side. Are you just playing devil's advocate, I guess?
Am I fighting? What you think I'm fighting for the fucking Islamics that are coming over? Like,
no, but you're just like fighting for this idea that it doesn't matter that Trump can't even be real.
Trump isn't real.
I mean, it's fine to have that position.
He's not fucking real. He's another cartoon character that's been given to us.
If a guy wanted to act like they would use real issues, that no one's denying that. Like, the salesman is gonna come and fucking tell you what you want to hear. So like he'll understand that. But like my thing is, who's creating these situations? So like historically, I think it's always been this. I think it's always been a feudal system. It's always been this like aristocracy, like the kings and queens, and then all their cousins and distant relatives, and then literally everybody else, right? When I was in school, they taught me about World War I and World War II, and these are the things that shaped modern history. Like after World War II is when we got the United Nations, and now we have this whole thing that you're calling the deep state or globalists or whatever. So like, where does that come from? World War I was taught to me in a certain way. It was a series of events that happened, and then the whole world went to war. And within a week of that war starting, they dubbed it World War I. That's kind of like suggesting that there's going to be a sequel. Like they're going to do part 2. They started calling it World War I a week into the shit. And then when I was like in my 30s, I come to find out that the King of England, the Tsar of Russia, and who was it? William II of Germany were all first
they're all related.
They were first cousins. They weren't even distant relatives.
They
were
like
first
twins.
cousins. They
had
had
like triplets.
Yeah, dude, exactly. You can Google that shit. They look exactly alike. These were 3 of the biggest monarchs of the three of the biggest players in World War I, and they were first cousins. You know how many European men died?
Yeah, you're talking about the establishment and the long, the network that runs this world, definitely.
But this is what I think. I think common man is very disposable to these sick fucks. They are playing a game of chess amongst cousins, but instead of using chess pieces, they use real people. And they get you to die behind these idea of loyalty and you know what I mean? And it's like, you're not loyal to these fucking kings and queens. You're loyal to your land and where you were born and to your family. Like a king has never done shit for you. But it blew my mind when I learned this, because I was like, this isn't how history is taught. It would have changed everything in my life, potentially, if someone in 10th grade told me that, oh, by the way, this World War I that we're talking about, that literally shaped modern geopolitics as you know it, the major players were all cousins. This is a family feud. This is not a world war. This is a bunch of cousins playing real life chess with disposable pawns, man.
We know
so like now think of mass immigration. What does that mean? We're their fucking cattle. They're moving around. Okay, you know what's going to cause a bunch of chaos? Move all these Muslim sheep into the European sheep area now. Let's see what that does. They're just fucking playing with people, man. You know what I mean? And we're looking at them fighting each other. or
I
like
agree, man.
exasperating this.
Totally
the
agree.
What about normalcy? I mean, my God, I mean, if Trump hadn't won, we're just dealing more woke craziness, open border madness. You know,
I
mean,
agree. I agree.
That's why it was important. It's not that Trump's the saint or the greatest ever. But oh my God, he's fought hard and he's been up against immense pressure. He didn't need to do any of that stuff. I mean, it's incredible, I think.
The way I look at it is, if they didn't want Trump to win, he wouldn't have won. Simple as that.
Exactly. Yeah.
I think it's just too
the guys who paid for it, yeah, they just would have not let that happen. That's it.
Have you seen the graphs of like 2016, 2020, and 2024? It's like the Democrats like jumped 20 million votes in 2020. You know, then Kamala lost 20 million votes compared to Joe Biden. I mean, they obviously knew that they couldn't do that again. You know, whatever they're doing, they chose Kamala. What kind of candidate is that?
It's absolute insanity, dude. I've been loving it. I watched a bunch of those like cringe compilations of just the libtards like having complete fucking meltdowns on TikTok and all this stuff. They're just crying, I'm gonna leave this fucking country. That's it. Or like 3 of my trans friends killed themselves this morning because
My whole
like,
feed
if you
on YouTube has been
yourself,
filled with that shit for some reason. Like libtards freaking out because Trump won. Like my whole feed on YouTube's like filled with those videos. Like, like
it's performative. This is a direct symptom. This is the mental illness on full display. But all this hysteria was literally put onto them by the media. You know, like no one would be crying about Donald Trump if you just didn't watch the news. You would just hear about it and they'd be like, oh, what? That Donald Trump guy is president? Oh, damn, that's weird. Or that sucks. And that would be it. No one would be talking about, I want to kill myself. I'm going to start. I disowned my father because he voted for Donald Trump. It's like, what, dude? You ruined your family because of a president? Like, what the hell's happening? Do you guys even work for government? Like, why would you do that? You know what I mean? That's your dad. You love your dad. What the fuck is wrong with you? Like, no, I'm going to leave this country. That's it, you white motherfuckers. You look what you did. Us white bros for Kamala, you failed us, but she's going to be president. It's like, why are you such slaves to these people that don't even know you? Like, when are you going to be a man and stop wanting the government to be your daddy? Why do you need a daddy or a mommy? That's it. You had that when you were young. Now it's time to grow the fuck up and be your own daddy. You know what I mean? That's it, dude.
Fase, it's still a
I'm
cultural
totally
war.
with you on this, man. I'm totally with you on this shit, man. I didn't think Trump's the fucking next coming. He's not the savior. He's just another fucking puppet that we think that he's going to change all this shit. He's not going to change fuck all. It's going to be the same shit over and over again.
This is exactly like the flat earth thing we're talking about with people. So like, I'll go tell people, oh man, look at Joe Biden. What a fucking idiot. And they'd be like, fuck yeah. And they'd be like, look at Trump, that fucking idiot. And then they hate me, dude. And I was just like, no. Keep that same energy, bro. Like they're both fucking idiots. Be honest with yourself. Look at them. Did you hear them debate?
Exactly.
Did you hear them debate? I did. I was like, is this real? This is a debate. This is for the most important position potentially in the world. Like this is it. This is that debate. Like Nathan Oakley's debates are better, and those suck. You know what I mean? They suck, but it's way better than Biden and fucking 2 80-year-old men talking about, well, how good is your golf swing? They did that, by the way, in the middle of a fucking debate. They started talking about, I lost 10 pounds. Oh, shut up. I lost 15.
I've got a 10-stroke handicap.
Yeah. Yes, bro. Yes. Fucking just granddads talking shit. You know what I mean? Like no one. This is another thing. Is like, what's the deal with putting 80-year-olds in the highest positions of power? Like, I understand respecting your elders and seeking them for guidance. But like, let's say we were all survivors in a zombie apocalypse right now. Who are we going to choose to lead us? It's going to be the able-bodied middle-aged men, dude, and young men. There's not going to be no fucking dude who can't even walk without falling over, ever. It's not going to be that guy.
It's VB for president.
It's VB for president, dude. We need some chads. Yeah, we need like the muscle mass. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's got to be some testosterone left. You can't just be withering and fucking... Bro, Biden was falling over. He was falling. He was tripping over steps. He was falling off bikes every day on camera. And people's like, that's my president. That's my leader.
Yeah, that's what we needed to change. I mean, that was the level of insanity that we're up against. I mean, oh my God, Biden, I mean, dementia patient, Total disaster.
Craziness.
I mean,
They asked him about
that's
the people in North
this is
Carolina.
so
Did you see that?
right now. I mean,
Did you guys see when the press conference guy asked him about the hurricane zone? And he's like, "What's that?" And they're like, the hurricane, Hurricane Helene or whatever. And he goes, "Oh yeah, the hurricane zone. Yeah, they're great. Everybody's happy." And then he just walked off.
Oh man.
Dude, these people had their entire lives like washed down a fucking slide of just mud and rain, and just they lost everything. And the guy was just like, "They're happy." That's the news for you. That's in today's news. Everyone in North Carolina, guys, is happy. They haven't had power or water for like 2 weeks straight, but it's all good. I'm pretty sure they're happy. Joe Biden just said so. It's meant to push. It's meant to show you the insanity. If you have a shred of common sense left in you in 2024, they're pushing you towards wanting to vote for Trump. That was the only.
Yeah, I think if you had a shred of common sense in 2024, you'd be wanting Trump to win.
No, because he would say the more common sense leaning things, like the other side, the others.
Exactly.
The other group, they just made it so insane, like Jed was saying, that they're kind of like shepherding you into this. Okay, go put on your buy your MAGA hat, buy your Trump NFT and the golden sneakers and whatever the fuck other deal. Because you got to remember, this guy's a businessman.
That itself was an act of rebellion. People support Trump.
You're a fan. All right, bro. I'm not gonna.
Oh my god.
It's okay. It's all right. Yeah, keep it having.
Yeah. Okay.
It's still a cold.
To say that Trump is, we don't really know what Trump is, but I've just seen him work his butt off.
He's been in Hollywood for 40 years since I was a kid. He was in the Bobby Brown music video from the Ghostbusters.
He's the real deal. He surrounded himself with Elon Musk, who I think is incredible, and he's been really crashing the Matrix.
No.
Yeah, no.
How old are you now, Fase? You must be about 48 or something now, eh?
Alex Jones.
I'm 43.
I think
43.
Yep.
I think it's come a long way. The world has.
I'm probably the youngest on this panel.
Sorry.
And I'm 42 this month.
The same technocrats rule those shit. So they try to uphold Elon Musk as some fucking protector of free speech by allowing you to say the N-word on Twitter or whatever.
The UK attacking him, you got.
But that's all by design. This is what we're telling you. Like it's the same way YouTube. At first, YouTube allowed everyone to. It was called YouTube, so you're allowed to broadcast whatever it is you want. And then as the years went by, their restrictions and everything you're allowed to talk about and not talk about got tighter and tighter and tighter till people literally couldn't make the content they wanted to anymore, or the content that they had been making. And then they had this other fucking stable ready to go for them called Rumble, and they just moved everyone over to Rumble and BitChute. And you come to find out that these companies are owned by the exact same people. So it's like, it's the technocrats running the show. It's the technocrats that are pushing this technology that everyone's addicted to now. They're pushing for the AI government system. I think that's the ultimate plan, is they're going to show you government incompetence to a level that you've never seen before, all by design, till they come with the solution, problem, reaction, solution. The solution is going to be, we need to entrust AI with governing us. They've showed this in films. There's been plenty of examples. They called it the supreme intelligence. And
what happened to quantum? Mind a few years ago, it was all this quantum shit. Now it's AI shit. It's all just fucking programming. It's just programming. It's nothing to do with artificial intelligence. It's nothing to do with quantum, like fucking physics. It's just programs.
100%. Off our data. So, like, that's the thing. These systems that they're building right now to create the fucking future digital ID, like enslavement system, is all built on our data. They're doing magic tricks right now with AI. You can go type a prompt and make a song. You can make an awesome piece of artwork. You can make a video. And a lot of people think of that as like a miracle. They see it, they're like, what the fuck? How? And it's like, well, about a handful of companies, less than 5, over the past 15 years, have been collecting the data of every fucking human being on Earth with a device without your consent. When you accept those terms of service, that's it. They got you. They've been data harvesting forever. That's why other AI companies can't compete with them, because they have literally the sum of internet usage for about the last 15 years. It's got so much shit. So yeah, if you tell it, draw me a picture of a cat in a disco suit, it'll do that for you. You get it? Because somewhere along the line, it learned what those things meant off of our internet use. That's all it is. It's a very cool.
If we never put that
magical-
information in, it wouldn't know what to fucking give.
Exactly. And that's the thing. So they're going to convince you. They're calling it, what's AGI? I forget what the G stands for, but it's like the next level. It's Sam Altman and these guys are talking about how, no, we will get to a point. They acknowledge right now that, no, AI isn't actually intelligence. It's predictive mathematics.
Programming.
Yeah, but with the G, they're going to reach a level where AI becomes more intelligent than humans. And if people are already buying the magic trick now, they're going to buy that magic trick when it comes, because they're going to show you some very impressive shit. And people are going to be like, oh, that's it. You know, it solved climate change. Look, it solved our sustainability goals. It solved whatever bullshit they're going to fucking use. And I really think like that's the thing. The World Economic Forum, the same people that brought you COVID and all these other psyops, and they told you about it years in advance in their own literature. They've been talking about the digital pandemic. They've been talking about cyber polygon for about 7 to 8 years now. And they already know for a fact that it's going to happen. It's inevitable. It's just by the way we use the internet, in a couple of years, might happen tomorrow, but it's either going to be Chinese or Russian hackers are going to fucking dismantle the internet as we know it. So now when everyone's at the height of their dependency on the internet, like you need the internet to pay your bills, you need the internet because people don't know how to navigate without GPS anymore. You need all that shit. They're going to say, oh, hackers did it. We might go a month without the internet. Half of the world is going to lose their shit. The other half will be okay. And then when they bring it back, it's going to be this fully automated, like AI garbage. Most of the content on the internet will probably be like AI generated, like Jed was talking about earlier about those videos where it's just the voiceover. Did you know that 15% of da, 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 with that weird music in the background? Like all those fucking videos. Yeah, that's going to be your internet and that's going to be your government. But ultimately, that program, government.exe, is going to have a program.
I've never agreed with you so much than tonight on anything that you've ever said. Everything you say tonight, I'm totally in line with, man. Like, you're right. Everything you're saying is fucking spot on, mate. And I'm glad you came up.
Thank you, bro. There's people who pointed me towards the literature. Like I listen to people like Whitney Webb. She's fucking brilliant. She's a independent journalist and a writer, researcher. She does like, she could break you down all the connections between the technocrats and then politics, and then is very much in tune with like the world government agenda stuff. So like the World Economic Forum and all these international bodies that we never voted for. Like we never voted for the World Health Organization. We never voted for the World Economic Forum. And these are private companies. They just put world in their title to make it seem like kind of official or something, you know, or as if it's like some kind of democratic group. But they're actually privately funded and sponsored companies. Like the World Health Organization is the top 2 funders are Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and then like the US and UK governments. So, you know, it's not a world anything. It's just a company. But they have this perceived authority over us where they kind of tell us what's what, and then they get their network of international politicians to do their bidding in their own countries, and this is where we're left, man.
You're smashing it, mate. You're smashing it.
You know, but this is all written. Like that's the thing, is like people can call that conspiracy theory, but this is all documented. Like, but it's not what the news reports on. The news reports on the surface level of who these people are funding. So they just talk about like Trump versus Kamala Harris. They don't talk about the money that funds for all of us to hear about Trump versus Kamala Harris all day, every fucking day. And it's these tech companies and these billionaires. That's undeniable at this point. Like that, they don't fund their own campaigns. It's not like your neighbor could just go and run against Donald Trump with his own savings, you know? Like they need millions and millions and millions of dollars, like money that people don't have. And that's why you get two fucking very fine-tuned puppets by the end of any election cycle.
Yeah, I don't see Trump being really puppeted that much. You know, I just see the whole establishment, the worldwide establishment, raging against him, doing everything they can to like destroy him. The World Economic Forum, they talk about the United Nations. You know, the whole Rockefeller, you know, conspiracy. I mean, that's a real thing. You know, he's just put a big dent in that whole thing, Trump. You know, unlike anyone else ever. And you know, along with that, you've got in the UK, you've got people like Nigel Farage.
How he did he was the COVID president.
How?
So the COVID mandates came from what authority? Why did
How?
every
He's
country
just
on Earth...
destroying the whole left-wing woke madness. That's what he's doing.
Okay, cool. So why did he skip over
have you seen
COVID?
today's power video? You asked me how. Today's power video saying how he's going to go after the whole YouTube censorship and the whole internet censorship and stop that. Get rid of fact checkers. Go after. Don't you think that's good? That sounds great to me. You know, you've got to take. You know, it's been crazy. If you've been paying attention to what's going on in the world, the world's been crazy in the last 4 years, from the pandemic onwards. You know, and Trump was involved in that. That election, whatever. It's just been crazy. I'm just so relieved that at least something positive is happening. I mean, at least some sense of normalcy where, you know, we're well before woke and left-wing derangement, you know, and identity politics, which has just driven everyone insane. I mean, this whole race.
Yeah, I agree, man.
The whole race issue is being used to divide people, manipulate people, and turn people against each other. You know, and that's in Britain. You know, we are some of the most tolerant people in the world when it comes to being accepting of different cultures and races. And
you colonized 96% of it. You have to be.
That's all been turned against us by the media and this globalist agenda that's been ongoing for like 100 years since they were the Federal Reserve and then the CIA coup, the JFK thing, and they've been controlling stuff. You talk about NASA, all of that, and deception, and what's going on in this reality. I mean, this is something incredible that's happened never before. I mean, and it is really a fight for freedom. And you get constant, the average normie that watches the television, they just propagandize relentlessly, you know, into this pathetic, trivial reality, you know, with game shows and, you know, British TV. Oh my God, I mean, what a culture! No wonder people are mentally ill, and they're watching the news. And you see the BBC and the Channel 4 and ITV, how their coverage of how Trump win. I mean, pure meltdowns on TV. This is how we have two realities going on. We have the corporate normie world where people just brainwash the fuck, and then there's everyone else. And you know, I think we're in the everyone else category, but we disagree on different things. We nitpick, but something extraordinary is happening with Trump winning, and this fight for truth and for against fake news. I mean, no one's highlighted that more than Trump. I mean, and you know.
Like,
I've
you don't
never
think his assassination attempt
I've
was
never
fake
heard a
news?
British person be so fucking supportive of Trump.
What? They had rallies, man. You didn't see them? The British people, they were like in London or something. I just saw that today. It's like, I was like, who the fuck are these people? It was like British people for Trump. Like outdoor
I've got a bunch
rallies.
of lefty I've got a bunch of lefty crazies. You know, some of my friends have turned out to be lefties, and it's like, oh my God, you want all this gender shit? You want open borders? Are you mad? You know, it's like, you know. So I've been like a, you know, I just see what's going
like
on.
I was saying earlier, Face. It's a culture war. Okay, and like what little power us little piss-ons, what little power we do have is to join the side of Trump, who's fighting a culture war in our honor. And Americans are fed up with the woke shit, and he's reversing all the shit. He's allowing governors to the freedom to take transgender shit out of the schools.
So you mean common sense?
Yeah, all the good shit.
Exactly. So why can't I just call that I am on the side of common sense and not on any political side? And whatever politics overlap with my belief or wanting to uphold common sense doesn't make me loyal to them. It just makes, that's the thing we have in common, man. You know what I mean? Like, I don't need to be a Trump supporter, but I could be like, yeah, that's pretty cool if they saying that quote unquote gender affirming healthcare for 3-year-olds is a bad fucking idea. Like, yeah, don't mutilate babies, bro. Great, fantastic. That's common sense. That's not a Trumpism. He didn't invent that. If
He's the
someone
one
came and told me,
fighting
should
for
we
that. I mean,
mutilate
who else you
babies if
got?
they think they're a
Who
girl
else
or
is
a
there?
boy,
You know, I don't
they're
see
confused
anyone.
about their sexuality, I would say, fuck no. And that has nothing to do with politics. I wouldn't care to look up which political group identifies with that belief and then attach
It
myself to
does
them.
have
Like,
to do
just
with
have that.
politics. It does have to do with politics because it's about laws and laws that
Right,
get
right,
passed and get judged on by the
yeah.
Supreme Court. And our Supreme Court now is even conservative. So, I mean, America is in fight mode. And now America wants to raise the value of its dollar on the international trade market. And by doing so, what we got to do is create peace in all these areas. And then when Trump comes in, he's going to talk to these countries that are having these wars with each other right now, which is making American consumer prices be so high and giving us all this tension and all this bullshit. And he's going to go make those people calm the fuck down, and all the shipping lanes are going to open back up, and everything's going to be fucking hunky dory. And being an American is going to be a fun, happy fucking experience again, like it
I
used to
hope
be
so,
under
bro. I
a
hope you
previous
have an
fucking
awesome life. Like that, I
conservative
would
fucking.
never. Yeah. I hope
I
that's
think that's
true.
what
Like,
the Brits thought when they voted the Conservatives into Britain. But see, when the Brits voted Conservatives into Britain with Boris and all this shit, we've got more fucking multicultural than ever before. Our mayor in London is Sadiq Khan. Our fucking prime minister is fucking Asian. In Scotland, it's a fucking Muslim that's fucking running the country. And do you know what?
both World Economic Forum young leaders, by the way.
There's been
both those
more
documents.
immigration in Britain than ever before under a Conservative Party.
Yeah, it's a joke. They're doing a joke. I mean,
So
it's
what
not
the
really
fuck?
left and right, is it?
Who's
It's about good and evil and common sense. That's what we want, really, isn't it? You know? And the world's been lacking it with
Doesn't
British
matter who you
government,
fucking
American
vote.
government. It's been, it's just, we need some common sense back, and that's what hopefully Trump. Hopefully, I mean, the left. I mean, they're just crazy, aren't they? You know.
So
He wants to do.
we've got Asians running the country practically, and that's under a conservative country. Conservatives. We've got Asians and mayors. We've got Asians we've got Asians everywhere running our country, and this is a conservative fucking party.
That just shows you how mad white liberals, when they want to be liberal, how liberal they can.
It just shows you how it doesn't matter if you vote left or right or conservative or Labour.
It shows you how both conservative and Labour are owned by the same dudes that we were talking about before.
Two cheeks of the same
if they
arse,
come from the World Economic Forum young leaders, they're like in a group that were specifically groomed to become leaders and politicians in their countries, dude. But they come out of an organization, so they're loyal to that organization more than they're loyal to any fucking flag or geography. You get it? They go implant them. They went and they implanted the president of Brazil. They just did the Jewish Mexican lady. I didn't even know there was Jewish Mexican people, but their president is now a female Mexican Jewess. I was like, what? That's crazy. Didn't even know that was a thing. But all of these people, look it up. Go to the World Economic Forum website and go to their young leaders. They have like a group. It's like the fucking Avengers of the world. And somehow, they all end up being like presidents, prime ministers, or whatever from the countries that they come from.
Greta
a lot of them.
Greta Thunberg's up in the cut with them and shit.
Yeah, dude. So that's my thing is like, of course they would use. These people have been profiling all of our internet, man. All of the comments, all of the shit people argue about. They have.
Why are they letting the conservative side win in America right now? Why are they letting America feel like it's going to make America
we
great
get this
again?
content of all the fucking pink-haired people crying into their phones on TikTok? You get it? It's just to generate more of the hysteria. Like, absolutely, man. Like, you think people became more sane or less sane? So we're supposed to be living at the best time to be alive in human history, right? That's what most normies would tell you nowadays. They'd be like, oh, this is it. This is as good as it gets. Look, everything's convenient. I can do everything from my phone. But look around you. Like, are people better off now than they were 100 or 200 years ago? I wasn't there, but I bet no.
The 1980s.
200 years ago, people were way cooler, bro. Like, everyone just said what they meant. it was probably an idea of their own, because how much could they have been propagandized through books? You know, they'd have to sit there and read like a lot of books to consume just as much media as we do on a average day now. You know what I mean? Their
Check it out.
brains were taking in just the amount of like direct messaging that we were supposed to have by interacting with the people around us, not reading the opinions of 50,000 people under a YouTube comment or a tweet, right? That's obviously doing something to the collective like mindset of humanity. So everything's a bit crazier now. And if we stay on this path, it only gets crazier. Like
don't
Matrix
forget,
here
man,
was saying,
but
the last 4 years have been insane. Absolutely.
Yeah,
They
the
were
last
more
4 years.
insane than the 4 years before that, right?
Well, listen, the last 4 years have been so shitty. That's why you have all this rage, because you're frustrated with how shitty and insane things have become. Now, if you remember, the entire 1980s, 1980 to 1988 was the Ronald Reagan conservative American era, and the
Everyone had
1980s
money.
was
Yeah.
that was the fucking apex of life in America.
Yeah.
The 1980s was just the most beautiful fucking blessing. I lived right through it, and it was fucking amazing.
Yeah, it was beautiful, man. Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? And Donald Trump is the only hope that we have to get anything back towards anything like that ever again, bro.
Okay, cool. So, okay, fine. That's you can have that, but you know we're gonna talk in 4 years. You know it. Like we've been doing it. So like in 4 years, remember this. And I'm gonna be like, BB, what up? Like he went back in. It got crazier. Like another 4 years passed, and it doubled down on the crazy, right?
Who misses COVID? Who misses
Yeah.
COVID times?
Trump was the president during COVID. Just a reminder, by the way. And he fucking
he called out the Wuhan lab leak, and you know, I mean,
but he fucking spearheaded Operation Warp Speed. He said he would deploy the military to make sure that every American had their vaccine within 24 hours.
I think he's changed his tune on that.
Okay.
You know,
now he has. Now he has.
The things aren't so good. You know?
Okay, but he said he was gonna do it with military force. So like these guys were offering you donuts and French fries and lap dances and shit to go get your vaccine. Oh, tell me you get a free hamburger or a free donut. But
it was still voluntary.
I'm pretty sure that was like the New York Democrat, like mayor.
Yeah. I mean, I'd rather the lap dance than a fucking gun pointed at my head by the military telling me to take the shot. If I have to take the shot either way, you know what I'm saying? Like I like the idea of just I'm opting
Trump
out.
Wasn't forcing anything on anyone. You know,
he offered it.
He offered what? He offered
Operation Warp Speed, dude. He said he would deploy the military.
Because it was still voluntary.
It's an emergency. Yeah, that's why.
Well, it was still voluntary if you wanted to take it.
Get the Johnson and Johnson. Get the Johnson and Johnson shot. I got it. It's great. They're doing great things.
I think Laurie should come up on the panel since she got so much to say in the chat.
Yeah, Laurie, you need to come in the show. I mean, it's kind of ridiculous.
She's just running her mouth in the chat. She's got so much to say. Like, you need to come up, Laurie.
Yeah,
that's the
getting
thing
ridiculous.
about Trump supporters is they're kind of selective about what they remember and what they don't. Like they know that he's against the gender surgery for kids, but then they forget about his stance on COVID and how we should go support Johnson and Johnson and get the shot.
That's old shit, though, bro. That's
old shit. Yeah, bro. Why are you bringing up old shit?
That's history. That's history, man. It doesn't matter.
Right. Okay. My memory goes back a little further, man. I need to smoke more weed or something because fuck.
Exactly, mate. Fase,
I remember the good and the bad.
See everything you've said tonight. I'm totally agree with you, man. I'm in line. I can't say anything you've said's been bullshit tonight. Apart, nothing you've said tonight has been bullshit.
Fase fucking rules, bro. Fase is the man, bro.
Fase is fucking based. He should be called based, no Fase.
Just based, yeah.
Be faced.
So to Lori in the chat, you should just Google it, hun. Like literally just type in Operation Warp Speed. There's a nice Wikipedia entry for you to read about. On May 15th, 2020, President Donald Trump officially announced the public-private partnership. The purpose of Operation Warp Speed was to coordinate health and human service-wide efforts, including the NIH Active Partnership for Vaccine Therapeutic Development, Initiative for Diagnostic Development, and Work by Whatever. Where's the part where he makes his promise? Hold up.
Why are you bringing up old shit?
No, because she's telling me in the chat that it's Biden who did that, and I was like, "Why are you saying that?" I'm like, that's not.
Yeah, it was
that's not
Biden.
even- Just blame Biden. He sucks, but like,
Well, no, I mean, Trump was in there at the end of 2019, and the shit hit. He did everything he could. Biden took over. That's when you get all the Fauci problems. The
Yeah,
main
where's that
bulk of
guy?
it.
Trump pushed Fauci as well, eh?
What?
Trump pushed Fauci into the consciousness of the public.
Yeah, I think he's regrets a lot of what he did. You know, that's what I said.
You think he regrets?
Yeah, I think he.
I don't know why you guys are so anti-Trump. They're just playing
we're
devil's
telling you.
We're
advocate.
anti-establishment, man. We're anti-Trump, anti-Biden, anti-fucking
Psyops, yeah.
elitists.
Anti-psyop, bro.
Try to shit on us.
Anti-psychological operation to
You
harvest your
guys are
fucking energy.
picking sides. We aren't.
That's
But the
it,
culture war is so overbearing on the
What
culture war.
culture?
Is so
Let's fight
fucking
for
What
common
culture is
overbearing.
sense,
left?
bro. Let's just
BB,
ride for common
what culture are you talking about?
The one that's been decimated by importation of all this ghetto hip hop
BB,
fucking culture.
define your culture.
Yeah,
White
maybe I agree with that. I think the whole ghetto hip hop culture shit is garbage.
Yeah.
Shit is garbage.
That whole mindset is a virus in America. And you know who emphasizes it? The damn Democrats. They capitalize on it. All them fucking celebrities that they brought in there, every single one of them is some ghetto fucking piece of shit. Fucking Beyonce, fucking Queen Latifah, whoever the fuck. This ghetto fucking trash, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Remember when all those
Everything
people
wrong
were
with
either
America.
VB, you don't remember when all those people were either contestants on Donald Trump's The Apprentice, or they participated in Donald Trump's The Comedy Central roast of Donald Trump?
So just
Snoop
because
Dogg,
Donald Trump,
they're
just
friends,
because
bro.
Donald Trump has
He's
had
one of
success
them.
in his life as an entertainer, so then he goes into a new role as president. You're like discrediting him as president.
No.
Ronald Reagan was a fucking Hollywood actor, and Ronald Reagan was the president of the 1980s, which was the apex of American fucking history, bro.
You're right, and I don't think he did that. That's all I'm saying. He was the figurehead.
Okay, yeah,
he was the guy who's there, like he's king now for 4 years. Yes, but I don't think he's responsible for those things. That's all.
Okay, I'm not worshiping Donald Trump as an idol. I'm saying his regime, his people, their culture that they want to bring back to like American, like common.
Bro, JD Vance is proof of that. I was just telling you. So imagine I spent the last 4 years every day on YouTube being fuck VB, never VB hashtag, right? As in like we never want VB, we never want to hear from him. He's a racist, he's a misogynist, he's fucking pure evil.
Really?
All the shit that they say about Trump, right? Imagine I did that about you for 4 years straight, and then tomorrow you went and ran for president, and guess what? You have my name up there as your vice president. What are like? How would that happen? I just had a change of heart. Like
because you are the one that put me over. Well, because you're the one that put me over. You're, you know, for every fucking action, there's a reaction, and then why not put the two forces together and make it the dream party, the two strongest forces in the universe?
Who put us together?
You did, because you're the one that put me over by hating on me.
I'm JD Vance. I'm the vice president. I'm this young guy, never really been deep into politics like that. Like never imagined a vice presidency.
Yeah,
that's fucking a huge leap. But you, on the other hand, have already been president for 4 years. Then you've lost. Now you're coming back strong. Right? You're going to go, and out of all the fucking people in the world, unless you have a boss, and unless your boss likes me and says, hey, what? You guys should have a play date. I think you guys would work cute together. And he forces us
I think people, I think you can be wrong about people.
It's like,
you can be wrong about people and change your mind, you know.
Yeah.
It's the case what happened with JD Vance, you know. I mean, I've seen a few things with it.
If you're a politician, that means you're literally a mouthpiece for sale.
What's the problem with JD Vance?
It shows how Trump. It shows how Trump is fatherly and how he can forgive.
I think you're very like forgiving, and you're like making excuses for the guy. That's what I think.
What excuse?
Why?
Because you have common sense, VB, but then you draw a line. Like you put up this wall where you're like, no, Trump, me, we're both white. You know, we gotta save the white man. I get it, bro. But like, he doesn't give a fuck about you. He cares about, you know, who he's closer to than the average white guy, the average millionaire. Like his homies,
Yeah.
they look they look Chinese, they're Sudanese, they're black as fuck, they every culture you can imagine, but it's dudes who have like yachts and airplanes and shit. You don't have that. That's it. He's not. You get what I'm saying?
Doesn't
It's
care
not
about
about
you.
like
Doesn't
he doesn't
care
care
about
about
you.
white people, bro.
Okay,
He exploits the shit you guys care about, though. I
the
agree,
shit,
100%.
the shit that he wants to implement, back into our culture and into our society is shit that makes it pleasant for people like me, who happens to be a white guy. It makes it more pleasant for people like me. So of course I just want to support that, bro.
Okay, yeah, cool, man. That's cool.
Well,
Yeah,
I mean, what's
definitely.
wrong with
I think
that?
our
That's what I want for
countries,
everybody,
are.
including you. Like,
We've got a real problem with like, this whole race thing and cultural shit going on. Definitely.
Yeah, this ghetto culture, it needs to be beaten back down into the underground. And if you go too far, you need to dwell amongst your own selves. And if you go too far, they're going to catch you and they're going to put you in jail for the rest of your life. And you're going to be in and out of jail because you're a ghetto person. And
That's
so
why
be
they're
it.
pushing it, because they know we're going to fight back against it.
And the ones who are smart out of the ghetto say, screw the ghetto life. And they come and they act like Whitey, to be blunt. They act like Whitey and then they fit in and Whitey loves them. Because Whitey's the most compassionate and loving race on earth.
okay, all right, cool, man. Yeah,
Yeah, definitely.
yeah.
That's my experience.
We all know this stuff. This is all back to basics and shit. But I mean, and that's why everyone wants to be around Whitey. And I'm not, it can be
Bro,
argued that
Whitey was exported. No one doesn't like white people. That's fake. That's like a thing that they created now. Like, oh, like white guy. It's the cool thing to do. It again, they just united literally every
People doesn't
fucking
like
identity
white.
group in the world together into like a super league of international people, and then white. And it's like, what do you mean white? Like literally anybody. So like a Russian guy, but then also a dude from like Arkansas. And then like an Australian guy. It's just, what the fuck are you talking about? Like as a group, who you mad at? And then the other shit starts coming out. They start the patriarchy or whatever. There's always something to complain about, and you're not looking at like the top of it. These are like psyops that are imposed on us and forced on us and like bombarded to the point where it affects people. They start acting up around you. It starts affecting you on a personal level.
Race is being used to divide people.
100%, man.
Yeah, definitely.
And like, I think at this point, if anyone still falls for it, they're fucking stupid, and they're probably
it's behavior. It's behavior and culture, and those are closely correlated to race. Often, most often correlated to race. Like whenever there's a cultural dispute, like if my neighbor just won't stop blasting bass music, there's a good chance, there's a 90% chance it's going to be a person of a BIPOC. You know what I'm saying?
Maybe,
and,
dude, but like maybe that's just where you live in. I don't think like those two things are related.
There's definitely problems with and differences.
But that's the thing. Like, I hate people that
there's
are
definitely vast differences with cultures. That we're experiencing the difficulties of mingling cultures. I mean, the Middle East culture where you're from, it sounds like Phase. The Kuwait. That's a vastly different culture. It's like something extremely different to what we're used to here in the West.
Lori Gale knows best. Lori Gale knows best.
Matron's almost talking like he's an American there, but we're used to in the US. You live in fucking Spain and you're a Brit.
Yeah, I live in the US. I have family in the US. Like my mom's whole side of the family is American. Like they live there. Like I haven't been in a long time, but yeah, I've been.
Face,
I know what it's like.
I love what America stands for. The freedom.
Dude, most of the world for better or worse is the same.
Saying the 1980s, everything, all that good stuff. That's great, man. That's what I want.
Yeah.
Face, what were you gonna say What were you about to say, Face?
I was gonna say, so like in the example that you gave about the bass music blasting from your neighbor, like why can't your beef then be with inconsiderate people over your beef being with BIPOC? I agree with you that BIPOC is fucking stupid, bro. I hate it. Don't ever call me that shit. But You get what I mean? Like the default setting of, oh, that guy's he's a piece of shit. It's not because of anything to do with like what like his genetics. He's an inconsiderate piece of shit. He's not thinking about the guy next to him. Like, this is annoying potentially to people, you know? Or like, let me go ask my neighbors if this volume's okay. Whatever the fuck. But like, you hate that shit if your brother did it. Like sometimes my brother, if we eat something, we're in the same place, like he'd leave his mess, dude, and he'd just leave it there. I'm a guy, I always take my trash out. So sometimes I look at the shit and I'm just baffled. And that's my brother. He's like my blood brother. I love the guy. But I'm like, what a piece of shit. Like, you're being inconsiderate. So I don't hate him because he's whatever color he is. The thing that I hate right now, my anger, is against how he's being inconsiderate. He just assumes that someone else is going to pick this shit up and do it for him. You know what I mean? It's like, why would you do that?
BIPOCs behave very predictably. So that's the thing.
What does that mean? So I don't know
okay, cool. So because you like guessed the race of the guy that was playing the bass music, it's like, oh yeah, the problem is still his race and not his behavior.
I know what you mean. I see what you mean, and I've known people and had friendly relationships with people of all races. You know, so I'm not like actively out in the world like hating people.
Yeah, I can imagine. No, but we talked about it. I thought you called me a field of the beast because it said so in the Bible or something. You called me a beast of the field or whatever. I was like, oh yeah, it's me. Yeah, you know, hail Whitey. It's all good. That's the thing, is like, we should be able to joke about this shit too. Like,
yeah, I know.
And people whose whole identity and their whole fucking personality doesn't revolve around these things, that's how they're gonna treat it. Like, we're gonna laugh, and that's it, bro. Like, there's no actual hate there.
Yeah, and even if the final conclusion comes down to like me realizing, oh hey, maybe Whitey's not supreme. Maybe Whitey's not the supreme race, but Whitey's still just like every other race, at least deserves to have like their own like land, their own place. Like just like Japan does, just like Saudi Arabia does, just like fucking Eskimos in Alaska do, and just like Brazilians do. You know, everyone deserves to have their little space. And it's, you know, just like we said earlier, it seems to be a weird like worldwide attack on Whitey. And it's like, you got to take down Whitey first because Whitey might be the most intelligent, most powerful. So then we get into areas of like, is Whitey supreme? And then it becomes up for debate, you know? And then you say, oh, maybe everybody in the entire world is inherently a white supremacist, which is what I tend to believe. Just even at birth, every person alive is inherently attracted to white people and admires white people visually. And they all aspire to look like white.
Talking about civilization here, you know, whether it's third world, how civilized the third world and the West, you know, and how that is developed and the culture and the people. I mean, they're inherent, you know, connections between behavior and genetics and cultures, and you know, it's all interlinked. I mean, cultures can change genetics, and you know, all these different factors that people don't really want to talk about, but these influences, and we look at each other differently or the same, and we try to, you know, it's about the individual really. But you can look at different cultures and say, well, that culture is like that typically, or this culture is like that typically. We can distinguish differences, and it really would be nice to preserve those things, so that we have those differences and give people that ability to express themselves culturally, and that's all being messed up with the globalist agenda. And so that's a real problem, and that's, you know, it's putting everyone against each other. This whole multicultural experiment.
No, you can prove that by traveling anywhere.
The whole multicultural experiment is failing miserably in that it's being forced on people and done in such a destructive way. You know, it's not about being racist, but you can see, I mean, when you've got people coming from third world, like savages coming from, you know, Africa, let's say, where the society isn't right or mildly civilized, and that's a problem. And it's not that you want to be, it's just culture. If these people can integrate, they can come to our country and respect the culture and not be doing the things, and that would be great. But that's not the case, and this has been forced on us. It's been forced on us in the West, and Islam. That's another issue. You know, I mean, and the fanaticism of that, and the demographics in especially in London. I mean, I don't know. I mean, Jed and sees what's going on in Great Britain, and the war on being British, and the war on, you know, even flying your own flag in Great Britain. You know, you get criticised for, you get called a far right, white supremacists, racists, just for being patriotic. That's how insane it is. So everything's kind of out the window, really. We just want some good stuff to happen. We know the governments are corrupt. We know there's a long-term agenda to enslave humanity with technology. You know, even like nanotechnology, that's going to be a real problem for everyone.
And you know what
Well,
else?
if you say
You know what
government
else?
is corrupt, and you think government would ever correct itself by putting someone like a Donald Trump in?
Possibly, yeah.
You know what, Face?
There's been good politicians in history. Definitely, they try and help the people. And I've never seen anyone give so much as Trump has for the. I mean, I've never seen anything like it.
Hey, let me butt in. I'll tell you this, Face. You know what, Face? I'm even willing to admit that taking an American conservative stance under Trump is, I'll even admit it, straight up imperialist.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Dude, I agree with most of it. Like, that's the thing. It's like, it's the ideology is not wrong. Like, most of the things you stand for, I'm not. Please don't think I'm arguing against any of that. It's not.
Well, no, because
again, I put it on the side of common sense. That's what I champion. I champion common sense, what we know in our heart to be right. You know what I'm saying? Like, not the theatrical,
here's my
not what I'm
logic.
trying to convince people of. So everything you say that makes sense, I agree with you. 100%.
Before I forget, here's my logic. I was thinking, like, okay, so the globalists seem to want to create this one world homogenized culture where everyone's a melting pot. The biggest victim of this melting pot mentality of this global world forums and shit is Europe and America, places that are the main bulk of where Whitey lives. Okay. And so it seems like that's an attack on Whitey. Why is it only there? Because China, they don't have mass imports of all these different races and like forced multiculturalism in China or in Japan or in any of the Arab countries or Iran or any of the Middle East or anywhere. There's nowhere else. Africa, they don't do that. I mean, maybe South Africa. Yeah, and then I was thinking, well, what it is that the British Empire and now America, the American Empire, which is an extension of the British Empire, is basically Whitey. Basically, if you want to say it's Whitey, well, then Whitey has gone around the world conquesting and colonizing everybody. So which direction is the multiculturalism really coming from? Who's the good guy? Who's the bad guy? It is all really fucking confusing.
I think it is that, dude. I think it's a mixture of that and what we said before about like the chess, right? If you own the whole fucking world and you're in a societal class that sees yourself at, like, literally it's an elitist thing, and then there's everybody else. Like, everybody else, the economy, right? I'm talking about motherfuckers that aren't affected by the economy and what it does. You get it? Like, our lives are affected by that. We're going to struggle. We're going to be able to not fucking buy a house and shit like this. You know what I'm talking about? But, like, they're not ever going to have those problems. That's the difference in class that I'm talking about. If those motherfuckers already conquered this world a long time ago, and now they view all the people, regardless of their fucking skin color and all this, but they give us that shit to bicker about, and then on top of it, they start doing these mass fucking exporting of peoples and just like causing intentional cultural shock, like, let's import 1 million Syrians into Germany overnight and see what happens. Like,
do you not think that
because they give a fuck about the Syrians and they give a fuck about the Germans, they're going to be good. They're going to have castles. They're going to vacation in Switzerland and go meet up in Basel and talk about what's going to happen in the future of the world for the next 20 years at billionaire conferences that cost $10,000 for a ticket. You know what I mean? This is what I'm talking about. It's like, if they own everything, I think that they're giving you the fight, and it makes sense because you're seeing the real world implications of moving people around like fucking cattle. Let's just ship a bunch of these people, put them over here. Now let's put a bunch of these people, put them over here. This wouldn't have ever happened naturally. And it always happens behind some kind of crisis that's created, a refugee crisis, a humanitarian crisis, some war that they fucking started. You get it? But they're doing moves to move their own fucking sheep around.
Invading the Middle East. Clearly invading the Middle East was to destroy those countries, rob their wealth, take over their governments, and then use those people as refugees to destroy Europe. That's
it. So that's what I'm saying. Your government doesn't care about you. So like my faith wouldn't be then I'd put no importance in my life on like participating in that system, whether it's voting either way. You get it? I'm just not playing your fucking game because you guys are causing these problems and then we complain to you about it. It makes people reluctant statists. It's like you don't want to be a statist, but you're always bitching and crying to your government to do something. Please, daddy, fix it. You know what I mean? Like, maybe if I vote for the right guy, he'll fix it. Like, nah, bro, maybe they set you up to just keep being like, daddy, please help me. Daddy, please. That's how
Well, if that's the hand that we're dealt and that's the position that we've been put in, then we got to go with the guy that's at least going to give us some fucking perks.
No, you don't gotta play, bro. You just don't play. Just don't play. Like, continue living VB life. Be a good dude. You know what I'm saying? Treat others like the way you want to be treated. And I think shit will work out the way it's gonna, you know? Like, ultimately, that stuff, if we get too caught up in it, that's what causes division. It's the same people that said they lost family. There's also people that lost family over conspiracy stuff or flat earth. And it's like, why? Whatever happened to just sitting down, having a conversation and understanding, going into the conversation that, yes, there are people in the world that are going to disagree with me. Like, ooh, what a foreign concept. You know, we already fucking know this, but we don't need to get angry about it.
Yeah, you can get angry about it when local laws start to change to reflect a culture that's not the culture that you grew up in your land that you expect to stay
No, I
your
agree.
land.
Government sucks. The problem, the overarching problem is government overreach. There's too much government. Everything that these people, they talk about being constitutionalists and they care about their constitution or all these founding documents that founded their government, all the protections that were put in place were meant to limit the powers of government, not to give them more and more and more and more and more power. So what happens when we participate in their systems and we keep begging and doing all the fucking things they want for us, go to this rally, go to this fucking whatever, vote here, today you got to do this. As long as you're participating in it, you're legitimizing that system. It's the system that's fucking you. And the overreach has gotten insane. Like, government controls every aspect of society and they want more control because they're in bed with the people that have all our data, bro. Data is the biggest business in the fucking world right now. It has been since the internet has been a thing. We know this. So, like, yeah, that's where all your campaign money, that's where all your WEF money, that's where all that shit comes from.
Yeah, I think that's typically the case worldwide. But I think the thing what's happening with Trump right now is something different altogether. Something
cool, man.
And
I'm just saying, I'm all for limited government. I'd love to govern my household. If there was a local government just in my neighborhood, I would totally participate. I would vote in that. You know why? Because I'd have personal relationships with everybody involved. And I know that we all have a common goal to just make our community better. And if one of them is lying about it, I'm going to know that too. So I would totally participate in that. And that affects my life directly. I actually have a say in the outcome. You know what I mean? It's not just me picking a team. Yeah, maybe we shouldn't be making decisions for people that live 1,000 miles away from us. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the idea of democracy. I mean, what is democracy these days? Whether it's, propagandized normies, I mean,
it's go vote left or right, man. Yeah, exactly.
It's probably about. I mean, the idea is nice, but and I mean, it seems like the election system, the presidents and all that being selected and groomed and made over years to become this who they are and just puppets. But,
behavior has shifted in society. Behavior has shifted. So now it's a matter of culture. You have to pick a side because it's like, do we want to live like civilized humans or do we want to live like fucking ghetto trash? Or do we want to be a third world country or do we still want to be the greatest country on earth?
Yes.
And that's that's the decision in this last election.
Fuck yeah, exactly. Yeah, I agree with that, VB. I love you, VB. I miss you, VB, man.
True. Thanks. You too. It's been a long time, man, but we've been around in a long ass time.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
We're gonna talk in 4 years, VB. I'm gonna hold you to this, man. You're gonna be like,
well,
you know what, man? Maybe you're right. Maybe.
I'm gonna keep this stream public forever.
Determined.
Yeah, well, hopefully Trump's like stops his war shit, you know, one way or the other, and the craziness. I mean, we have to wait and see what he does, but I mean, hopefully.
Zion Dawn, no, he loves Israel, dude. He's gonna do Israel's bidding. Didn't you just hear Jed was telling
No,
you
I'm not-
earlier? He's
I'm not
already very
anti-Jew.
gung ho about Iran and shit.
Yeah, I'm not anti-Jew. I'm not into terrorists, you know. So I'm like, you know, I'm not anti this Jew shit.
Well, guys, I think I'm going to call it a night at that. It's been fucking amazing. It's been a brilliant discussion, and like I said, we've all got our own opinions. Whether Trump's good or bad, I didn't give a fuck, to be honest with you. It's not going to affect my life, I don't think, to be honest with you. Or any of your guys' lives.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be the same. It's going to be same old shit.
There'll be certain things that'll be better.
You
Trump
really
even
think so?
Trump even proposed that he might try to get rid of the income tax, which is like 15% of your earnings.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, imagine being taxed 15% of your earnings. You probably get taxed more than that even.
I didn't think 15%.
Really?
I don't think it's as high as that. Is it?
Well, 15% of my income gets taxed.
All right.
You got to move to where Whitey's thriving in Scotland.
I know. Yeah, but
You're
isn't
just
that like
saying you got to go, man. I'm not gonna take that 15%. Yeah, go get some of that tax-free money. That's why a bunch of Americans come and work here, though. So what am I supposed to be? You know, like they're hustling too. Like everyone's got to make money, but they work as contractors for the military, or maybe like teachers and stuff, and they get tax-free money. It's nice. Get some of that tax-free money. I knew a guy in the military that said that once about working in Kuwait.
But like I said, it's been a pleasure having every one of you on the chat, on the panel, and everyone in the chat's been great. And please come back again on the next stream.
Awesome, Jed. Good talking to you guys.
I'm going to end it here.
Awesome, mate. Nice one, VP.
And cheers, Matrix, for popping up. Long time no see. Fase, same to you, mate. And VB,
Yes,
always a pleasure, man. Right, guys, everyone in chat, I'm going to end it there because I'll end it on a high before it gets quiet. I'll never get quiet. Face can talk all night, man.
I'm sorry, dude. I got excited. VB got me hyped. I'm trying to like bring him to the bright side. Yeah.
But like I said, everyone's welcome to come back, and we'll carry on this discussion. Like I said, like we'll see what the next couple of weeks. But I'll probably have a stream in the next few days, probably if my stream times fucking allow me. I might have to actually pay for StreamYard to get fucking more stream time. But anyway, guys, great having you, and it was a pleasure.
It's been an honor.
Yeah,
An honor.
It's been an honor,
I
bro.
love when you say that. It's been an honor. I feel so gratiated by your presence. Right, guys, I'm going to hit the sack. Have a good night. Have a good weekend. And God bless. Love you all.